CPS? Yeah, what a criminal freaking organization that is, right? I don't think many things piss me off more than when they hurt our children. Okay, nothing. So before I get into this, I'll tell you a quick little story. My team had been investigating this satanic child trafficking group in northern Utah for, I don't know, 5 years. And all the victims that would come forward, of course, they were all scared to death, right? So nobody would fill out an affidavit. Nobody would sign under the penalty of perjury that something happened to them. And at the end of April, I put a seminar on in downtown Salt Lake City in a big hotel room, and 2 of the victims showed up. And they sat through my class all weekend. By the end of the weekend, they came up to me and said, "We want to do an affidavit." I turned those affidavits in, and when I turned the affidavits in, we got the approval. We got 3 military teams behind us. On May the 9th, we hit 3 locations and we arrested 95 traffickers in one night, one 30-hour period. Okay. And that's the power of the people coming forward. It doesn't matter how much evidence you collect. If you don't have a victim, the military is not going to do anything about it. Okay. And it's pretty important. How many Biden voters in here? You wouldn't admit it if you were. Really? Really? When President Trump first took office, he put out a proclamation asking we the people for help. And there's people around the country who sent in a report, sent in a brief, and some of those people got called to DC. And I was one of them. And I sent in a brief, got called in, and was put on under three executive orders of the president. One for child and sex trafficking, one for corruption in our judicial system, and the other one came later, not that important. Those are the 2 most important to me. And in doing that, we set up a team, a little task force. We turned things into the military, one of the military bases or otherwise. And last weekend, down in Yuba City, California, we had a man sit in the back of the room, and he sat there all quiet all day Friday. I stood for 12 hours on Friday, talked. He sat there quiet, didn't say anything. I kind of recognized him, but he didn't say anything. All day Saturday, he sat there, real quiet. Saturday evening, he came up to me, and he handed me a token. And he thanked me for the work that we do and everything we've been doing to support President Trump. And he talked for quite a while. And it was Admiral Mike Mullen. He was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he gave me this award. So these are kind of cool if you know what they are. And when they come from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that's about the most important recognition you can get. Not copper. See how heavy it is? Yeah. But when you got one of these in your pocket, you can get shit done. Okay. They're kind of cool. So one of the main things I want to talk to you about is the power the people have. The people do not know that they have any power. They don't even know who they are. They don't know who they are. And when I mean they, everything from your city to your counties, to your police departments, to your federal agencies, to the United States corporation. People don't know who they are. So I'm going to read you from the Oregon Constitution. Every state constitution in Article 1, Section 1 is pretty much the same. There might be a word or two difference in how they say it, but the meaning is exactly the same. The natural rights are inherent in the people. We declare that all men, when they form a social compact, are equal in right, that all power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. And they have at all times a right to alter, reform, or abolish the government in any such manner as they may think proper. See, and the people have no idea, but it's in every state constitution that the people have the power. Yeah.
I wrote a case law about people having power, and it explains that the Constitution, like they say it several times, that the Constitution is a contract for cover. We have right now have the power to abolish government in states and federations.
Well, let's talk about that for just a minute. All right, who got hungry and ate that off? That's going to be pretty tough. Can you guys see blue in the back? Okay. You got to remember, there's two or more of everything. Two or more of everything. You have they exist side by side. They exist side by side. And then you have the city, whatever, fill in the blank, it doesn't matter. They're all corporations. These are corporations. This is a corporation. This is a corporation. This is a corporation. These are de jure. One's de jure, one's de facto. Who's operating right now? Okay. Most importantly, there's this. One's de jure and one's de facto. Which one are you? See? Are you a we the people? What about two totally different statuses? Two totally different statuses. Most people are check marking the box that they're US citizens. By your voluntary consent to the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, you give up all your rights. All you have left are civil rights and privileges. Why would you volunteer that? Why would you consent? When you consent, you're subject to the rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances of government. They're corporate bylaws. They're for employees of the corporation to follow. Well, what is city, municipal? Zen is servant, a municipal servant, a public servant. You volunteered to be one of them. Now you're subject to their corporate bylaws. Okay. What is the root word of person? It's purser. It's an office on a ship. An officer, the signatory officer on the ship. He's the only one responsible for the port taxes, the charges, the fees, the supplies of the ship, the bills of lading. You get on a cruise ship out of Tampa, Florida, you go down to the Bahamas, the first one off the boat's the purser. He has to pay the port authority, the docking fees and the port taxes so you can go into town and go shopping, come back. He also resupplies the ship. He's paid a commission so he can work off of side deals. He can actually purchase and load contraband onto the ship. And if he gets caught, well, then he can be held in debtor's prison. That's the same way you're treated. Because if you look into, how are you? Come here.
Hi.
Let's see. Go sit down. I hate it when children get taken. Purser on a ship. You're claiming to be the person, the citizen. You're also claiming to be the resident. What kind of house do you live in? A residential house? Or do you live on private property? Right. Why? That's how they steal your home from you. They assign it a commercial term. The legal definition of the word resident is someone there temporarily to do business. By the sheer use of your zip code, you live in Washington, D.C., and you reside in Arizona temporarily to do business because of map overlays. And we'll talk about map overlays tomorrow. Okay? Yeah, they call it the federal overlay. It's how they stole your home from you. Okay, you guys don't have to be too quiet. Feedback's good. All right. So you have a choice to decide who you are. You got an unalienable right of self-determination. Self-determination is your free agency. It's the foundational cornerstone of all human rights. All over the place. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 1. Okay, on and on and on. The Bible, best place to find it. Sure they do. Yeah, there's ways to get around it. And it's a superior right. Then you can just go ahead and use it with impunity because you have no other choice. See, they're required to provide us with a Republican form of government, but they do not. Okay, and so they're breaking their own requirement. Who's breaking the law? You or them? They are. Okay, so we can bill our public servants, by the way, too. I'll teach you how to make money off public servants by the end of this class. Yeah, I like driving fast. Yeah. I made it from Las Vegas to here. I didn't leave Vegas till after 8 o'clock. And I was here at 12:03. So, now. What's that? Well, I passed two cops that smiled and waved. They didn't stop me. So, what's that? Yeah, policy. Policy enforcement, collection agents. You know, that's something to look at too. Police. Just do that and it's policy. People ask me, David, are you for defunding the police? I said, heck yeah. Let's just do away with them. Do away with all the corporations and let's get some good law enforcement in place. Okay. Big difference. They say, David, are you anti-government? Are you a anarchist? No, I'm not. I'm anti-corrupt government. I want to keep government in the box we put them in. See? What's that? Like? Recreation. Right. You tell me. It's recreation. No, when you go on recreation, you're supposed to be going back to nature and get recreated. That's the whole purpose of that word. See? They don't teach you the meaning of words in school. They don't teach you diction. If you don't know who they are and you don't know how to call them out, you never win. You're always playing defense. And in any game, I don't care what game it is, if you're constantly playing defense, you're never going to win. The best that you can hope for is a 0-0 score. You're hoping they don't score a touchdown. That's all you can hope for. And they usually get one little win and you lose the game, no matter how well you did things right. You cannot play defense and win a game. You've got to go on the offense. If you don't score at least one touchdown and keep them from scoring any, you're not going to win. So you have to go on the offense. And what are we doing? We're constantly playing defense. You can't do that. There's no way you can do that and win. So in this book right here, the Constitution of the United States of America, we, the people, laid down the law. And the law is clear. It's black and white, says what it says, and it doesn't say what it doesn't say. It's clear and it's concise and it's final. Think about that for just a second. It's clear, it's concise, and it's final. And we, the people, laid it down. And we asked, hold your questions for a minute. Write them down and we'll do a question and answer session. That'll keep me from going off in a million different directions, okay? So we laid these laws down. We, the people, did. In this book, we asked the government, we created the government, first of all, and that which one creates, one controls. So we, the people, control government. Government created the US citizen, therefore they control you. You got to understand that right off the bat. That in which one creates, one controls. It's a maximum law. So we, the people, laid down the law and we put government in a box. We asked the federal government, created the federal government, to provide us, the free men and women of America, with 19 essential governmental services and no more. 18 of them are clearly listed in the Constitution, one's in the preamble. 19 essential governmental services and no more. And it's the and no more that's such a big important point. We didn't tell them they could provide us with free phones, Obama phones, or healthcare, or anything else. Okay. You know, our healthcare costs would be almost nothing if they would allow the health insurance companies, free and open access to every state. And then the market would drive it. And when the market used to drive insurance, the premiums were really low. When government stepped in, started limiting the insurance companies that could operate in any given state, and they started to control it, our insurance premiums went through the roof. See? The free market is what's important. So we asked the government to provide us with 19 essential governmental services and no more. That and no more is what we, the people, need to hold them to. It's up to us. It's not up to them. They're just going to keep bloating themselves and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Of course, right now, the United States Inc. is insolvent. It's out of business. According to Dun & Bradstreet, it is out of business. And so are most of its agencies. See, one thing most people don't know is President Trump is still the president of the United States of America. He never got rid of that 19th presidency. See, not all presidents we've had in the past accepted that position. Trump did. See, when they take their oath of office, that inauguration, they're doing three things. They're taking the oath to the United States of America. They're taking an oath to the United States, and they're taking an oath to be the commander-in-chief of the military. Biden only took one oath, this one, to be the CEO and president of a bankrupt corporation. But it's kind of like this, and this is important to understand. I read it to you right off the bat. We, the people, are government. We have all the power. And if I owned a pizza shop here in town, and I went bankrupt and I dissolved it with the state of Arizona, dissolved the corporation, but Monday morning I showed up and I kicked the door open and I threw a rock against it, and the people walked in and I fixed them pizza and they paid their check and then they walked back out happy customers. Doesn't matter if I'm bankrupt or not. Doesn't matter if I'm registered with the state or not. Not at all. See, it's the people right now who believe Biden's the president that are causing all the problems. It's not Biden causing the problems. I mean, that man can't even form 3 sentences in a row. He can't do it, if it's even him. Or if he's even there. Some of us know, it's fun. Anyway, now you got Ducey, right? Brnovich. Ducey and Brnovich running the state of Arizona. But are they running what? Are they running Arizona? No. They captured it. They sewed a gold fringe around the Arizona flag and they captured it. See, people don't even know your flags. We have a civil flag of peace. Most people don't even know that. What's it look like? Where's my iPad? It's a United States peace flag. Our Coast Guard is a civil organization. So if you take this flag and you put their Coast Guard logo right in the middle of it, that's the Coast Guard flag. But it was a peace flag. See? This country was at peace for 3 years since 1776. Aren't we proud? Rest of the time we've been at war. So most people in our generations have never seen a peace flag because it's never flown over our buildings. But there it is. It flies over my house. Okay. I'm at peace. I'm in honor. I walk with God. I stay righteous. what most patriots do is they celebrate the war flag. They celebrate the Pledge of Allegiance. They don't even know the history of the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't pledge allegiance to anything except my God. That's it. That's where my allegiance lies. Whatever is righteous. Okay? Would I fight and die for other Americans? Absolutely. And I have. Okay? I have. But knowing what I know today, am I going to pledge my allegiance to the war flag? No, I'm not for war. Especially I'm not for unrighteous wars. Now, what I mean by that is, I go around to veterans all the time, Band of Brothers meetings and things like that in BFW halls, and I talk to them. Not very long. I'll drop in for 15 or 20 minutes. And I'll ask all of our veterans, how many people in here have PTSD? I ask them if they're World War II veterans or not. There's not many World War II veterans left, but occasionally you find one. I asked the World War II veterans, did anybody come back from World War II with PTSD? None of them did. They can't find one. There's no PTSD amongst World War II veterans. You know why that is? Because it was a righteous war. It was a war declared by our Congress. But what happened? What happened during World War II? Did we win the war? I asked everybody, all the veterans, how many people think we won World War II? They all raised their hand. We dropped a bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and Japan surrendered. But how did we even get into the war? What's the history behind it? See, all of our enemies and all of our allies were United Nations nations. We weren't. They got together and created a war, a world war. And Japan drew the short straw on who would attack America to bring America into the war. And Japan didn't want to do it. They said, we're committing suicide. There's a gun behind every blade of grass in America. We can't go to war with America. But they drew the short straw. So they bombed Pearl Harbor, drug us into the war, December 7th, 1941. And then on September 7th, 1945, to end the war, we signed the United Nations Treaty, which took effect 90 days later, December 7th, 1945, the 4th year anniversary of Pearl Harbor. The United Nations Treaty. Yes. The United Nations Treaty. And we became a United Nations nation, and we gave them Manhattan Island in New York. We gave them land along the Mexican border. We turned over all of our police departments to the United Nations. People look at me and go, what? What the hell? Oh yeah, start looking at things like State House Publication 6227, where the United Nations instructs our State Department to instruct our police forces to begin to find ways to take Americans' guns. And the states have been running drugs and guns and child trafficking ever since. It's the states that do that. And they hide behind the corporation of the United States. If you were to go, Dave, if you were to go set up a corporation here in Arizona, what would be the reason you set it up? To protect yourself from liability, right? Everybody's going to say that. To protect yourself from liability. Well, that's what the states did. They set up the United States government to protect the states from liability. Because the states themselves weren't big enough to defend themselves against international crimes. But the United States is. Together they all are. So they set up the United States Inc. to protect themselves from liability. Most people don't know that part of history. They were never taught. But I studied history for 50 years. A long time to be interested in history. I teach things that nobody else will teach, because most people that teach what I teach end up dead. Look at John Birch and Andrew Breitbart. And I could name off many, many others. Okay? They end up dead. They don't want you to know what I'm teaching you at all. Because I'm going to teach you how to have power, to have status, to have standing, to be alive and not be dead. It is a very, very big difference. Who wants to volunteer to help me? Just erase. I don't know. Let's ask where the eraser is, or a rag or something. Yeah. Yeah, just don't make them too wet. I learned my lesson on that. It all starts with this, a birth certificate. This is my birth certificate. And I was born on April the 20th. You can guess the year. Beware of old warriors. Okay. Between April 20th and May the 3rd, I was an American state national. I was automatically born that. That was my birthright. That was my status. From April 20th to May the 3rd of the same year, when I was this big, maybe I was a little bigger, it was 8 pounds, 8 ounces. Okay. But I was an American state national. I was born free. Born free. And then I was captured. I was registered. I was bonded. I was insured. I was assigned a CUSIP number. And I became chattel property. I became the full faith and credit of the United States government. Bill Clinton actually took out an agricultural lien on all of you. Probably don't know that. Yeah, an agricultural lien on everyone. All men and women with arms and legs. I always thought to myself, well, what about Matt? Ever heard of Matt? Matt was born with no arms and legs. He's probably freer than the rest of us. Come on, that's a joke. You guys aren't even awake this morning. Wake up. About, I keep saying 5 years ago, but it goes on. I think it's about 6 or 7 now. I stood in front of the Hague and talked in front of all the world leaders. And all I did is told the story of a mother. And I had world leaders come up to me afterwards and say, that's the most important story that could ever be told. To all men and women in the world should hear this story. And then they said, but we don't want you to tell it. Don't tell me not to tell something, because then I know you're trying to hide something, right? That's probably why I have security clearance, because they want things hidden. It's hard not to just pour my guts out and give you all full and honest disclosure of everything. I always get myself in trouble. See, the important thing about the story of a mother is what they did. The acts of Congress that were put into place between 1905 and 1935. Now, we just follow England by a few hundred years. They put the same acts in place in England. Of course, they didn't have to go through as much work because England was under the dictatorship of a king, right? But they did the same thing in 1666. They created the Cestui Que Vie Trust after the fires of London. It has to have the right dampness. Okay, that's all right. I'll start with this space. In the United States, they created the Public Charitable Trust. It's one of the things our founding fathers set up in 1776, actually in 1775, before they declared independence. They set up a public charitable trust. All things are held in trust. I want you to know that right now. All things. Most people don't understand trusts, not even this much. Most people have no idea. Most people even read the Bible by chapter and verse. Preachers read the Bible by chapter and verse. Last weekend, I was in a big church in Yuba City, California. There's 3 pastors there. They were in my class. And I said, the problem with organized religion is that even Christ was against it. He was. He was against 4 things: bankers, attorneys, come on, doctors, and organized religion. That's what he was against. And he specifically said doctors. Doctors is an interesting term. Any atheists in the group? Non-religious people? I don't care, but are you? Might change that by the end of the weekend. Because science proves out religion and religion proves out science. Okay? Everything is proved in the Bible. The Bible's been proved. We even know where Moses crossed the Red Sea. We found all the chariots. We found the mark on the other side they were supposed to head for. Okay? Everything has been proven. We've even tested Christ's blood and ran his DNA. Yeah, it's really interesting. Everything has been proven. We know it all. It's interesting. Problem is, the Catholic Church hid so much of it. There are miles underneath the Catholic Church of scrolls of the Bible. If they printed them all, the Bible would be about that thick. We only get to see this much of it. That's it. It would be about that thick. And it tells us everything. Tells us everything. That's good now. So I'm going to draw it again. Public charitable trust. Public charitable trust is like an umbrella. I think as he was washing it off, kept moving back. That better? All right. Under the public charitable trust, there's 335 to 337 million of us with individual Cestui Que Vie trusts. Each one of us has a trust. It's based on this document right here, the birth certificate. But between 1905 and 1935, a series of acts of Congress was put into place to create a system of fraud. The only reason it's fraud is because there was no full and honest disclosure to the people. If there was full and honest disclosure to the people, if they would have came out and really explained the terms and conditions and told us about it, gave us full and honest disclosure of the contract, and cut us in on the deal instead of hiding it from us, we would have all voted for it, I guarantee it, because it's a really good system. It's a great way to fund government. But see, we wouldn't have any taxes. Taxes are illegal. Income taxes are illegal. Wage taxes are illegal. Property taxes are illegal. The only fair tax is a sales tax. That's it. It is the only fair tax. And it's really called a tariff, not a tax. See, people don't understand diction. They don't understand the words. One of the first acts they put in is called the Child Act. The Child Act designated all hospitals, churches, police stations, and fire stations as foundling. Foundling. The legal definition of the word foundling is a safe place to abandon a child. I can walk into any one of those 4 institutions with a baby in a basket, walk in and set it down, smile and wave and walk out with absolutely no consequences to myself whatsoever. None. No consequences. No questions asked. It's a safe place to abandon a child. You guys are messing with my mic up there. It's all right. So a mother, 9 months pregnant, walks into a foundling hospital, goes into the birthing ward, where the child becomes a ward of the state. She goes through a major medical procedure called childbirth, where she's in pain and under duress. When you're in pain and under duress, you're unable to sign a contract legally or lawfully. You can't do it. All she wants to do is go home with her beautiful new baby. That's it. To be left alone. To raise her child as she sees fit. But the baby, it comes out of the water, is tugged through the birth canal, is docked at the dock by the dock tender. The doctor, that's where the term doctor came from, dock tender, where a bill of lading is received, the birth certificate. The mother signs off as an informant. The legal definition of the word informant is someone who gives someone else up to another, thereby giving title and equity to the state, creating the doctrine of parens patriae and in loco parentis. Parens patriae literally means the state is the parent. Then the baby, its soul is taken. They take the footprints, a symbolism of taking its soul. They take the placenta, a symbolism of taking its blood. Then they send it with the tug, the mother, about another vessel. They send it out to sea where it's presumed dead and lost at sea until it should return on her estate after 7 years. The child's 8th birthday is the age of accountability. Before its 8th birthday, it cannot sin. After age 8, it can sin. It's the age of accountability. Okay? When the state Department of Human Resources, HR, receives the application for the birth certificate, and I'm going to tell you right now, it's the applications that get us in trouble. Not the licenses themselves, not the documents themselves. It's the applications, the one you sign, that gets you in trouble. Your driver's license application, your marriage license application, your birth certificate application, your Social Security application. All the applications are what get you in trouble because a lawyer wrote them And he wrote them in such a way to remove the liability from who he's creating the document for and place it upon you who is signing the document. And you accept the terms and conditions and you acquiesce. You consent. Government operates by the consent of the governed, by the unrebuttal of presumption. By the unrebuttal of presumption. The Cestui Que Vie Trust creates a balance sheet with debits and credits. It's simple accounting. Simple accounting, a balance sheet. Upon the birth, if you were born between 1933 and 1975, you were bonded for $630,000 and insured for $1 million at birth. If you were born between 1975 and 1999, which is the figures I'm going to be using up here, you were bonded for $1 million and insured for $2 million. In 1999, they raised it again, okay? And every time you get a new CUSIP number, you're bonded and insured again and again and again. Because the more you achieve in life, the more they think you're worth. Okay, the more degrees you have, whether you join the military or not, different achievements, getting a driver's license is an achievement. And they bond and insure you again. So what they did, I'm going to use a 75 to 99 figure, is they borrowed from the International Monetary Fund $1 million. The day you were registered, the day you were starred and given a flag, registered is the proper way to say it, means you were given a flag, you were issued a flag on your vessel. I talk about vessels all the time. All these patriots used to talk straw man. No, it's not a straw man. It's a vessel. Don't believe me? Look at the federal rules of civil or criminal procedure. Okay, they call you the vessel, the vessel, the vessel over and over again. All right, they say you're being held as a surety. And you can sign over your house instead of your body to go to jail if you want to. Okay, most people don't know that either. So you borrowed $1 million and you became a debtor. You were only this big. Not even legal to sign a contract. You're registered with HR, the Department of Human Resources. What happens when you go to work for a big company? Where do they send you first, day one? Go down to HR and fill out your paperwork. And then come back up here and we'll put you to work. Right? Same thing they did with a birth certificate. They just sent you over to HR. It says right there, Department of Human Resources. Pretty dang funny when you think about it. And you went in debt for $1 million and you were insured for $2 million. I'll write the 2 over here. Think of this insurance as FDIC insurance. Just think of it that way. If I died at SIDS a week after they registered me, then this pays the bank back from their loan. That's all it does. It just insures the bank in case you die before you're 18 years old. Yeah, they're pretty good at this, right? On the credit side, it's a balance sheet. It has to balance. They issued $1 million in United States Treasury notes. United States Treasury notes. They bonded you for $1 million. And that started your investment account under your unique CUSIP number. CUSIP numbers are 9 digits. They're regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. So in the hospital, where was the securities licensed agent there who brought a prospectus with them to explain to the mother how the investment worked? Where was the attorney in the room that came in and showed how the trust worked, because they set up a trust first? Where was the insurance license agent that came in? Where was the mortgage broker who mortgaged the baby, borrowing the money from the IMF to explain how that worked? Wasn't there. How'd they get away with that? If I'm going to go sell a security, I better be Security 7 licensed, and I better have a prospectus, and then I have to give you the prospectus, wait 3 days before I can even sell you anything. Yeah, because you got to have time to read it, and that's the law. Yet they created one, regulated by the SEC. And they did it to your mother. How'd they get away with that? No full and honest disclosure. See? They created this whole system of fraud with no full and honest disclosure. Now, they've been good money managers. They bundle these things. They sell them on the Wall Street. They hypothecate them. Their average rate of return since 1933 has been 44%. Compound that. Compound that. This sucker grows into 100 million or more. Each and every one of you are worth that. In fact, I'm being very conservative. Okay. And I proved this in federal court. Some people, it's in the billions of dollars. Now, your job is to learn to grow to be 18, go out there and gather up as much of this money that, okay, this money here is thrown into the public charitable trust. Okay. So your job is to go out there and earn it, gather up as much as you can, and then start spending it. So I'm just going to say you've spent $300,000 on a house and $50,000 on cars. It's not the amount, it's the concept I want you to get, okay? And you spend lots of money, utilities, hospital bills, whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Let's say over your lifetime you spent $5 million to give you the benefit of the doubt. If you earn $50,000 a year for a 40-year working career, you made $2 million. Okay. So I'm going to make you a little better earner. You made $5 million. Now your investment costs $100 million, and you die, and it goes through probate. They take the $100 million, they pay off the initial investment, everything, and this includes the initial investment. And you got $95 million left. And this balance is zero because you went through death and probate. You died. They got a death certificate in their hand. And they probated your estate. But Cestui Que Vie trusts live on in perpetuity forever. So you've got this 95 million there, and it's getting reinvested, 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 and it's earning money. But the balance has to stay at the probate level. So what happens to all the earnings? A sweep account is created. You can go down to Wells Fargo and open your checking account as your primary checking account, and then open a savings account, designate your checking account as a sweep account, and pay a $300 utility bill, or let's say $295 utility bill, and they pull $300 out of your checking account. They pay the $295 to the utility company. They put $5 in your savings, and people use it as a forced savings account, right? Because they just don't see it in their checking. And it builds up a little at a time. Every check that's written, every bill that's paid, it builds up and up and up. Well, government does the same thing at probate. They turn this into a sweep account, and any money that it makes gets swept off into the treasury, and it goes to fund government. It goes to fund government. The Department of Fiscal Services, you guys know who they are? What are they? They're the bean counters, the accountants for the Treasury Department. That's all they do. It's a great big building. It's full of people. And all they do is keep track of all the money, everything you spend, everything you make, all your bank accounts. They keep track of everything. Why? Because you're operating under a fiat currency. You're not operating under real money. You're just not operating under it. This is real money. Okay? Now, President Trump did something wonderful when he first took office that nobody knows. Almost nobody knows this. He created some interim currency. I want you to take a look at this really quick. When the new $100 bill came out, do you know what he did? He divided it in half. And you see this inkwell in gold and the writing in gold and the feather pen in gold. Then you see the writing right here. Do you know what the writing says? It says that we, the people, are taking back our currency. And he began a changeover until the new currency comes out. Well, I got news for you. The new currency is in all the armored car warehouses right now, ready to be distributed the minute the go sign happens. And they'll show up at the banks with armored cars. They'll take all the fiat currency out of there and they'll go put it back in their warehouse. And they'll take the new currency and put it in the bank. And when they gather up all the old currency, they'll load it on semi-trucks. They'll drive it to Manhattan Island to the Council on Foreign Relations building and says, here, take this crap and pay off all the debts of America. And that's what they're going to do. What's that? Well, the dominoes have to fall. Okay, the thing people get in trouble with is they put dates. And I'm one of the worst at putting dates on. I'm a warrior. You give me an order and I get shit done. All right? I drew a line in the sand in December. I called President Trump up. And I said, knock it off. We're going to stop this January 17th. Either you stop it before or get the hell out of the way and give us immunity. And we'll take care of it. And he says, David, calm down. Hold on a minute. No, that's not the way it's going to work. And he held me off. But I'm a line in the sand kind of guy. You get me to this point and it's done. Okay? Go to work. What we the people don't realize is who we're at war with. You know, they declared war on us, right? Abraham Lincoln started it with the Lieber Code. Okay? Abraham Lincoln wasn't allowed to be president of the United States of America because we had an original 13th Tona Amendment in the original Constitution, didn't we? He just showed me one right before class. He's got one in his pocket. That's a Constitution from 1787 that my grandfather signed. Richard Dobbs Strait is one of the signatories on that first Constitution. Our constitutions have been usurped. They've been taken over. They've been captured, stolen under piracy, admiralty law. Inland piracy. United States Navy put the high water marks. There's one up on Pikes Peak in Colorado, some of the other mountains. And they put the high water mark of the ocean at the top of the mountains so that we're all underwater, so that admiralty law can rule. And it's inland piracy. All of our judges, our courtrooms operate under inland piracy. All of our police officers are highway robbers. That's all they are, and no better. I love a lot of our police officers. I really do. They're good people. When they were 5 years old and pushing a little cop car around the floor, around the carpet, they wanted to grow up and be a police officer. They had no clue what that meant. No clue what that meant at all. And then they get into their position and they realize they're nothing more than revenue collection officers enforcing policy. Policy, not law, policy. It's all policy. Police is policy. I'd like to peel the police stickers off the sides of all the cars. Take the police off their uniforms. Take that word right out of their vocabulary. I would want them to follow the rule of law. William B.A.R. said he wanted to bring the United States back to the rule of law. Now, a lot of people think he kind of traded out when he left office. He didn't. He went into office to accomplish two things. He accomplished both of them. One of the things I liked about William B.A.R. is well, not only did he like me and he invited me to talk to him quite often, but he actually had me speak to a group of young attorneys at the Department of Justice. I'm a farm boy from a mill town in Oregon. You get that? I'm just a farm boy. I don't have a doctorate degree in the law. I know more than they all do, but I don't have a doctorate degree in the law. I've never passed the bar, never held a bar license, and I would never be a member of that club. Okay? But on April 22nd of last year, he had me speak to Georgetown and Harvard and Yale graduates with doctorate degrees. Bunch of young guys just going to work for the Department of Justice. And it was incredible. I only had 4 hours with them. 4 hours. And I crammed so much into them in 4 hours. It was unbelievable. And they thanked me for what I taught them. And I changed their hearts and their minds, hopefully to improve something somewhere for someone. I hope it works. Under Biden, it sure ain't going to happen. You can tell I'm not a fan, right? All right. What's that? Well, he did some great things for the people. As far as the rule of law is concerned, President Trump helped. For every new regulation they put in, they removed 4. Okay, that is huge. Everybody keeps adding new stuff, but nobody purges anything. This is the first presidency that's really done a purge, and it was a big purge. And those are important things. And now what's Biden doing? Throwing all kinds of things in there. But does it even matter? When the fraud comes out, the voter fraud comes out, and that's here, it's falling every day. My group under Felissa up in New Hampshire, they got the county of Windham to re-audit the vote. My group in Montana got the whole state of Montana to audit the vote. The vote was 14% wrong. Now, Montana doesn't have a lot of people, so it ain't going to make much of a difference. But it showed right off the bat that there was voter fraud. Now we got counties in Wisconsin, counties in Louisiana, we got Maricopa right here. Boy, when the results come out here, guess who's back in office? Okay, we already know what the results are going to be. We've got all the data. We know what the Dominion voting did. Heck, they used Oregon as a test bed, and that's where I'm from. They put Dominion voting machines in Oregon 30 years ago. Oregon was a Republican state. In fact, they used to advertise at the California border on I-5 with big billboards, come visit, enjoy, and then get the hell out and go home, because they didn't want the liberals up there. Oregon was very conservative. The minute they put the Dominion voting machines in, we haven't had a Republican governor since. I drove all over Oregon. All I saw was Trump signs, very few Biden signs. Portland, Eugene, and Ashland is about the only 3 cities with Biden signs. Okay. And then you got Mayor Wheeler. Oh my gosh. Somebody needs to end that story. Anyway, do it legally. I proved this in federal court. In federal court, about 5 years ago in front of Judge Bozeman in the 9th District. I proved how the Cestui Que Vie trusts worked. I proved where the money went and the trail of money. And I proved how our federal government gets paid. So if this is the federal budget, that's tariffs. Now people think taxes go to federal budget. I got news for you, they don't. They go to the IMF, to the Council on Foreign Relations, to the United Nations, to the City of London, which, guess what happened last week? The City of London was dissolved. Okay, yes. The Vatican has been dissolved. The corporations of the world have been dissolved, and no one knows it. The Crown Inc. was taken over. President Trump took it 2019 on June the 1st. And the seals of the Queen were removed off the gates of London. Yeah. And the people of London have been free ever since. The problem is they don't know it. They don't know how to be free. They've never been free. They don't know how to act. So you know what they're doing? They're allowing Boris to run their country. I mean, he's like Obama on steroids, right? All they got to do is stand up. The people have the power in the UK. Right now, they're free. And all they got to do is stand up against Boris in Parliament. That's like standing up against Nancy Pelosi in Congress. That's all we got to do. I bet you are. That's funny. Who supplies all this money? If you go to the Department of Fiscal Services websites and you start hunting around and you start looking at the spreadsheets of all their money that comes in, they will tell you that the Department of Justice is the largest contributor to the federal budget by far. By far. There's like 5 pages of spreadsheets that's everything else. And then there's hundreds of pages of spreadsheets of the Department of Justice. Our courts are what? They're banks. You look up the word, court in a legal dictionary, it says see bank, see post office. You look up the word judge, it says see banker, see postmaster. You go back to the old buildings in Boston and Philadelphia and Chicago and New York and other cities, and the courthouse buildings etched in marble says court, bank, post office, because that's the way Benjamin Franklin set it up. That's the way he set it up. He had a bag of silver and gold coin, because we operated on coinage back then when Benjamin Franklin was around. And you could walk into a post office, a court, because all the courts were set up as U.S. postal courts. And you could walk in and hand them the gold and silver, and you get a postal money order. And you can jump on a Wells Fargo stagecoach and ride it to Missouri or to San Francisco. And you could walk in a courtroom, give them the postal money order, and get your gold and silver back. You didn't have to carry it. You didn't have to risk highway robbers, right? Or Indians, or flood or robbery or Billy the Kid, whatever, from robbing the stagecoach. All you had is a piece of paper folded up in your wallet. That was it. And that's the way Benjamin Franklin set this up. It hasn't changed. And that's what you all don't know. When you go put your legal documents in court, you don't know how to put them in. And everybody screws up. And it's taken me 35 freaking years to learn this lesson. How much time do you got? I've been studying. I've been in over 2,000 courtrooms. You know that? How many people can say that? I had a judge one time call me from Nebraska. He said, David, you're the most prolific attorney in the United States. You got more court cases going right now than any other attorney in the country. And I laughed. I laughed at him. I said, well, I'm not even a member of the bar. He goes, I know, but your documents are everywhere. They're all across this nation. People are putting them in all over. He goes, well, and we know they're your documents because I published them. I wanted them to know. So I published my documents so they can tell the language, right? Yeah, what a joke that is. Anyway, our courts, our court banks collect from, okay, that's just rough. It's like trying to stay away from over there. Our court banks collect the tune of $1 trillion a day in the United States from people just like you. They even say boldly, it's to tax the poor which might not otherwise be taxed. What do you think about that? To tax the poor which might not otherwise be taxed. They assign you a court case number. And that could be for a ticket. It could be for anything. They assign you a court case number and they collect $1 trillion a day. That's more in 25 days than our gross domestic product of the United States in a year. I went into a traffic court in Redmond, Oregon. Well, small town, less than 10,000 people. They have 4 courtrooms in that building. 4 courtrooms going every day of the week. And I sat in one courtroom for 4 hours from 9 to they broke for lunch, 4 hours. I sat there with a legal pad, and every time the cattle, the chattel property, walked up, because it was just a cattle call, and they walk up, I wrote down how much their fine was. Your fine's $197. Your fine's $1,102. Your fine is, and I just wrote it down. And I got my calculator out and I added it all up. $30,000 that court collected, traffic court, in one morning. And that's only one of 4 rooms that's doing this. And I thought to myself, well, that's more money than just this one room than every Wells Fargo branch in the county is doing in one morning. They're not making that much. That's almost pure profit for them. How much does it cost to run that building, pay 4 judges' salaries and a few clerks? Not very much compared to what they're collecting. And that's in a small town America. Small county population. Whole county's only got 250,000 people in it, the biggest city's Bend. Small town America, and they're collecting that kind of money. Think about that for a minute. What's that? No, it's legal. We'll talk about legal versus lawful. It's simple. What's legal is not lawful. It's the opposite. Evil holds a mirror up to righteousness and it reflects it back. It holds a mirror up to righteousness and it reflects it back. Sometimes it turns it upside down. It's like a house of mirrors. Sometimes it turns it upside down. Sometimes it just reverses the order. But that's what evil does. Satanists in child trafficking blame the people who are after them for being child traffickers. They try and push it off on them. They reflect it back. Well, we know who's righteous and who isn't. You know, it's easy to prove that. But that's what they do. They try and destroy the righteous in every way they can. And they just hold up a mirror, reflect it back. And that's all evil does. Everything is a war about good versus evil. That's it. You can draw a circle, you can build the Great Wall of China right down through the middle of it, and you can write the name of every organization on earth in that circle. You can write the military in there. You can do everything. And there's good and bad in both. Don't ever group people together. Now, most of the FBI are over in the evil side, but there are a few good FBI agents. Okay. It's just the way their agency was created in the first place. They don't have any corporate charter to even exist. Congress never gave them one. In fact, when they asked for a charter to exist, they were denied. I have a letter from the Library of Congress stating that fact. Okay. They were created by the Secretary of the Deep State, Secretary of the Department of Justice, to protect and to cover up the 6 crimes the deep state commits. That's all they were put there for. President Trump wanted to do away with the FBI really bad. I told him there's always barber college. Just fire them. And they can get other careers. You have to understand these basic concepts so that you know what's right and what's wrong, so you can decipher for yourself. Don't believe everything I tell you. Go check it out. Go research it. Every court on earth has. I mean, I've been putting my stuff into courthouses all over the country, and they can't deny it. They can't out-debate me. That's how I know it's the truth. You know, government works off the unrebuttal of presumption. No. One side's hard plastic. I'll get my eraser back up here. He's good at it, right? No, just erase the whole thing. It's fine. You guys got it? Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're bought and sold every day. My dad died in 1989, and I can pull up his and see the companies that are buying and selling him today. Doesn't matter if he's dead. It lives on in perpetuity forever. You're dead anyway. You're dead anyway. If you're a citizen, person, or resident, you're dead. You need CPR. I mean, understand that right off the bat. You don't want them to. You just want to take ownership of it. Yeah. Yeah. See, the whole goal here is to claim the minor estate. The legal definition of the word minor is somebody under the age of 18 or someone of any age who hasn't claimed their minor estate. You understand that, right? That's why you have to have an attorney in court, because you're a minor, you're incompetent, you're infirmed, you're unable to speak for yourself. You're a child. You're not sui juris, you're a defendant. Yeah, understand that. If you claim to be a citizen, a person, a resident, you're dead. You need CPR. This is how government forms a nexus with you by your own claims, your own consent of being a citizen, a person, and a resident, then they have jurisdiction, right? That's what they say. Now, here's the problem with that. We are at war with the Bar Association. Not only did Abraham Lincoln do the Lieber Code, and he wasn't allowed to be president of the United States. You know, they burnt 7 museums down in one night. Museums. To try and destroy that document, the first Constitution. There was 9 copies. They missed Kentucky. If it wasn't for Kentucky, we wouldn't have that document that my grandfather signed. What's that? I can send it to you. I got a copy of the original parchment on my iPad. When the Bar Association misuses the word jurisdiction, did you hear how I said that? Misuses the word jurisdiction. They do it every day. 99 times out of 100, when they say that word, when you hear that word come out of their mouth, they're lying to you. What they really mean to say is venue. It's in the city's venue, or it's in the county's venue, or it's in the state's venue, it's in the federal government's venue, it's in this agency's venue, or it's in that agency's venue. That's what they really mean to say. But they use the word jurisdiction because in law school, they forgot to teach them what that word meant. Never ever write it as one word, first of all. I'll just do this. Juris means right law, and diction means words. You look words up in a dictionary. Diction means right law. See, the Bible is a trust indenture. If it wasn't read chapter and verse, we would understand that. If they would just take the chapters out and the chapter numbers and the verse numbers off, and we read it as a novel, we would understand that it's a trust indenture and an instruction manual on how to take dominion. And that's all it is. See, in the very first book of Genesis, God created all things, the heaven and the earth and everything therein. He became the executor. My brain thinking ahead of my pen, so I can barely write on a board. I'm way ahead of it all the time. An executor. He creates all things. And then in Genesis 1:26 through 28, he gave me man, dominion over the land, the air, and the water. And this is law. And in Revelations, he gave me dominion over space. And this is God's laws. It's nature's laws. Okay? The land became common law, common to all mankind. It's property, equity, and rights. It all boils down to who holds superior title. Who has title? Who owns it? And who has superior rights? That's all it boils down to. Who has superior rights is who has the highest status. And status, standing, and jurisdiction is everything in the law. What's that? Yeah. we'll talk later about that. So the land is common law, mankind is property, equity, and rights. It boils down to who holds superior title. That's it. Do you have superior title on your house? Who had a foreclosure? Okay. The only reason they took your property is because you didn't hold superior title. That's it. Who's had their car taken away? Anybody? People have it all the time. You have? It's because she didn't hold superior title. Who's had their kids taken away? It's because you didn't have superior title. That's what it boils down to. People don't understand child cases are common law cases. Yep. They're also, hold on, they're also the jurisdiction of the air. So this is land, air, and water. The jurisdiction of the air is ecclesiastical or canon law, which is trust law. All things held in a trust, to be a fiduciary. Is the highest form of law. To be a fiduciary. I had a court case in Montana a few weeks ago against a couple of FBI agents. I was busy. I was in a hurry. I was leaving to go up to Coeur d'Alene to put on a class. And I had a Zoom call in on the court case. And I had forgot the time difference between Montana and Oregon. So everybody was on the call with the court except me. I got a phone call, said, hey, get on the Zoom, and it's on right now. So I call into the court, and you know how it dings real loud? Everybody can hear. Dings real loud. This federal judge, he goes, who is that calling in? I thought everybody here that's a party to the case was here. And I said, well, this is David Straight, Your Honor. He goes, I don't see your name on this document anywhere. I said, well, my name's in the body of the document, Your Honor. I'm the fiduciary. I have a financial interest in this case. I control the fiduciary for everything that's going on here. And I shut up. And the courtroom sounded just like this room. Nobody said a word for going on like 2 minutes. This judge gets back on and he goes, okay, you can stay. My name wasn't at the top of the documents, but I was a fiduciary. Why? Because I'm an executor. I am the king. Understand that. I love the fact that these chairs are all purple. We are kings. God says, I am the King of kings. He doesn't say I'm the king of slaves. He says, I am the King of kings, and he wants you all to be kings, every one of you, and queens. And believe me, even the king bows to the queen. Okay? Understand that. We know our place. All right. We get in trouble if we don't. Jurisdiction of the water is admiralty. Or commerce, which is contract. All things held in contract. It's contract law. It's commerce. So the law is all about contract, trust, and superior title, and superior rights. If you're claiming to be a citizen, person, or resident, you're dead and you need CPR. You ever seen a dead deer on the side of the road? Well, isn't he just as dead as the next dead deer on the side of the road? See, that's what all of you are. You ever heard the term all persons are equal in the law, rich or poor, black or white? You're all equal? It's because you're all dead. They're summoning you into court. The word summons is seance. They're in their black robes. They're performing a satanic event. They're calling the dead in, and the dead just show up. The dead just show up, and they show up by general appearance, turning over all jurisdiction in the court, and they're being railroaded. The legal definition of the word railroading is to lead someone down a narrow path or rail to a predetermined outlook or conclusion. That's how our courts work. Our courts work by your own consent of being a citizen, a person, a resident. And then they railroad you and lead you down a path. It's not justice. It's just ice. Their hearts are cold. They don't care. They're not even there to care. They're not even really human. They're just dead Satans in black robes. Our justice system has been taken over by foreigners, by the B.A.R, the British Accreditation Registry, under the Crown Ink. I say that and people go, what? Most of you are all awake, you know that. But if you go to something like the state of Illinois' website, the Attorney General's site, and you look under the History tab, it says the Attorney General's office of the state of Illinois was put into place to protect and uphold the interests of the Crown. The Crown Corporation, C-R-O-W-N, the Crown Corporation. In fact, in England, they spell it C-O-U-W-N. That just does not make sense to me. Anyway, the Crown Corporation. So they lead you down this path. They presume your status, your standing, and your jurisdiction, and you don't rebut. Government works off the unrebuttal of presumption. They assume, or assumption, they assume you did something wrong. Where was the first-hand witness? Where was the corroborating witness? Where was the intent to commit a crime? Did anybody bother to ask them that? They're accusing you of something. You go, well, I had no intention to commit a crime. Where's your proof of intent? Nobody says that. I cannot believe nobody says that. They get your tacit agreement. And then they use hearsay to convict you. And they lead you down that path. And that's all they do. Court case after court case after court case. Every law university in this country has done studies. Stanford, Harvard, Yale, Georgetown, they've all done studies on people in prison. And they all come back with pretty close to the same numbers, right around 61%. 61% of the people in prison were put there by their own demise. Their own demise. They're in there for victimless crimes. They don't belong there. They don't belong in prison. Okay? What's that? No. No victim, no crime. Yeah. Victimless crimes. No victim, no crime. You know how many children get taken in the United States? Any idea? By CPS agencies nationwide? Over 800,000. And under Biden, it's been on average 2,148 a day nationwide. 2,148 a day, and government never had the intention to remove a child from a parent. The two acts of Congress that created Child Protective Services agencies, Title IV of Social Security and ASFA, thanks to Bill Clinton. Can't hardly say that with a straight face. Anyway, those two acts of Congress state that they cannot take a child from a parent without the parent's permission unless the parent has been found guilty by proper due process law. That means gone through a jury trial of a felony. And then once the parent has paid their price, the children are to be returned to them under those acts. And while the child is taken, they're supposed to search for a relative first. And if no relative steps up to the plate, then they can put them with an adoption agency. I don't mean an adoption agency. Thank you. A foster care. I'm tired. Anyway, that's the law that created the agency in the first place, says that. But what happened? Well, the agency was created, they get paid by government, and then they write their own policy manuals. Do you know that unless they're appointed or elected, they're not allowed to write policy? In our government's laws, they're not allowed to write policy. Do you know they write policy every day, whether they're appointed or elected or not? So they're breaking the law right off the bat. They run an ad in the paper and they hire some policy attorney to go to work for the agency. And then the policy attorney, as an employee, a hiree, writes the policy manuals. And he writes policy. He's not allowed to do that under federal law. These guys are constantly committing capital felony treason against we the people. And there's 5 acts of Congress, from the Trading with the Enemy Act to the Buck Act to the Patriot Act and others, that tell that the corporations of America are at war with the people. Trading with the Enemy Act, the first one, says it right there in the title. You're the enemy of the corporations of government. So let me ask you this. Why aren't you standing up and declaring that you won the freaking war and tell them to dissolve their corporation? See, President Trump told me to be hard on my people. That's what he told me. He says, be hard on you guys. Be hard on my people. Tell them to stand. Stand at the local level. Go down to your local city government meetings, your local county commissioners meetings, and demand that they dissolve the corporation. The police department, city police department, has a Dun & Bradstreet number. It's a private for-profit corporation. Private for-profit corporation, acting and pretending to be government under the color of law. Anything colorable is a fallacy. Look in the United States Code. Guys, I'm telling you right now, make the United States Code your friend. It was put there for one reason and one reason only, and that's for we the people to hold our public servants accountable. That's it. It wasn't put there for them to hold us accountable. The only way they can is to make you, by your own consent, an employee of government. They had to make you one of them so that you have to obey their corporate bylaws. See, I don't care if I drive 100 miles an hour from Las Vegas to Phoenix, and I wave at a couple cops on the way. I don't care. If they want to stop me, great. It's my opportunity to teach. Let them stop me. I'm going to hand them my passport, first of all. I know how to use the proper documentation to prove my status. And in my status, I'm not subject to the speed limit. What I'm subject to is my own self-governance of safety. If I'm flying along at night down the highway road and it's perfectly safe, what difference does it make what speed I'm going? What difference does it make whether I put a turn signal on if there's no cars around me to see it? As long as I'm safe, as long as I love my neighbor and do no harm, I'm not committing any crime. That's my law. That's it. All I got to do is love my neighbor and do no harm. Now, if I create a victim, I'm going to pay for it. And I'm responsible enough to do that. So I carry a couple $1 million worth of liability insurance. Okay? Umbrella liability insurance. And if I injure another human being on accident, I'll just restore them. Pay all their medical bills or buy them a new car, whatever, under that policy, because that's the right thing to do. See, I don't need to be forced into it. If I don't want to wear my seatbelt, I don't have to. I don't have to. I'm going to be safe, and I'm going to be self-governed, and I'm going to be free. And free men don't ask permission from anybody. They don't ask permission. The reason you all have to ask permission and put your seatbelts on is because you don't even have superior title to your own car. You don't have the MSO or the MCO. You have a certificate of title. That's just telling you there's a title out there somewhere and the state has it. They're certifying that they have your title to your car. They own it. You have the opportunity to make a profit or incur a loss. That's it. Now you have the privilege of driving on their highways. I drive on my highway. Well, geez, let's talk about that. If I want to buy a brand new Chevy Silverado Duramax diesel, I walk into the automobile dealership. I don't walk into a motor vehicle dealership. They don't call them that. You know why? Because in that dealership, all those cars in the lot, they've got the MSO and MCO sitting right there. State doesn't own them. That's why they're automobile dealerships. They don't become a motor vehicle until they're registered. It's the diction. You've got to understand diction. Hold on a minute. Yeah, don't get ahead of me. All right. It's important that you learn it. It's very important. So I walk into an automobile dealership and I want this brand new truck. And I whip out $75,000 in cash and I lay it down. And he agrees to it. And at that moment in time, I own that truck. It's mine. And then if the salesman looks at me and says, I need another $250 for license, title, and registration, please. Oregon, they're cheap. $250 for title, license, and registration, please. And I whip out another $250 and give it to him. I just gifted that $75,000 truck to the state. I gave them that truck. Now I get to opportunity to lease it and make a profit and incur a loss, but the state owns it at that point. So what I do is I look at the salesman and say, no, that's okay. I don't need that. I'm going to be exporting it to a foreign nation. And then he hands me the MSO and MCO and a little baggie of, crap, like an owner's manual and stuff, and the keys, and I get in my new truck. I go, oh, that sounds nice. And I drive it out the parking lot. And when I drive it onto the road, I just drove it out of the state of Oregon and into Oregon, a foreign nation, because I hold superior title. I don't need no stinking plates on it. I can put whatever I want on it. But if you don't have the MSO and the MCO and you take the state's plates off and you put your own on there, you know how many people call me every day and say, David, they impounded my car and fined me a whole bunch of money, and now I got to go to trial. I said, why? Well, because I put Annabon Rice's plates on my car. Or some other plates on my car. And I said, well, did you own the car? Do you have the MSO or MCO? Well, no. Well, pay your price. Go to jail. Have your car impounded. You're going to have to go buy a new one, learn it right the next time. Lessons are expensive. Education's expensive. Especially when they take your house, right? It's because you didn't have superior title to your house. You didn't have the land patent and the grant deed. He wasn't the grantee. Grantee can't have the house taken from him. But you know who can? The guy who has the warranty deed, who holds title and joint tenants in common, joint renter to the state. See, that's how the county steals your property on behalf of the state. They stole your home long before you lost it. That's why good people who are fairly knowledgeable in the law could go into a courtroom in their foreclosure proceedings, and they could prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the bank committed fraud, and the judge still takes their house. He isn't going to say, well, it's because you didn't own it anyway, you idiot. What he's going to say is, you better have an attorney because you're incompetent, you idiot. Because you didn't even know you're not supposed to have the house. That you didn't own the house. You don't even know that. If you don't know that, you're incompetent. So they force an attorney on you, and you go, no, I don't want an attorney. They said, we're going to sign you one because you're stupid. That's what they're telling you. They don't come out and say it. But that's what they're saying. You're incompetent. You get forced into an attorney, you better look at yourself in the mirror and say, why am I being forced into having an attorney? Because I guarantee it's either because you're an entity, a vessel, that you're incompetent, you're infirmed, you're a minor, you're unable to speak for yourself, you're unable to be sui juris. I walk into court, they can't call me that. I'm the fiduciary. We'll go more into that a little bit later. Okay. When you take dominion as God commanded you to do, you're sui juris. You're the king. The trumpets just play. And you have all your ducks in a row and you're all laid out and you've taken dominion over your jurisdictions. You leave them with nothing to adjudicate. There's not a damn thing they can do. Your Honor, I am fully unaware of any contract that could compel me to perform. If there is such a contract, please bring it forward, and I'll follow it to the full extent of the law. But if there isn't one, well, then we're done here. Just dismiss the case with prejudice. We'll all go home. They'll buy you some tacos. Yeah, I smile at them. See what I do in court. So I walk in the door and I sit in the back of the room. And the judge is up there at the podium. And I sit in the back of the room. And when the judge walks in and the bailiff says, "All rise for the Honorable Judge Bob Smith," I go like this. I make a concerted effort to lean back in my chair and put my feet up. Because he's my public servant. I don't stand for my employees. I'm the boss. It's my courtroom. I'm the king. He calls me by name, and I stand up. And when I take my very first step, I start talking. "I'm here, Your Honor, by special and divine appearance, calling for a constitutional court of record to ask the court for summary judgment of the truth of the facts placed upon the record by my documents, my court of record." By then, I'm all the way up there. And then I get out my civil flag of peace. I get out my gold and silver. I get out my trust indenture. I get out my superior titles, and I get out my contracts, and I lay them out. And then I stand at military attention with my feet shoulders width apart. And I go, "I'm ready, Your Honor." And I take my time laying it all out. They're going to wait for me. Okay? And I lay it out. And when I'm talking to the judge, I'm talking to the judge. And I'm looking him right smack dab in the third eye. Right there. And when I talk to the jury, I'm talking to the jury. And when I talk to the prosecutors, I'm talking to the prosecutors. And if you notice, nothing on me moves but my hips, ever. And if you notice, I use my hands to talk. Just like I do in combat. My eyes follow my sights. That's all it is. And that way I can be very intimidating while being nice. And I stand tall and I stand proud. I don't let my voice falter. Because if you walk in acting like prey, the predators will attack you. I walk in and own the courtroom. It's a big difference. See, they're just actors on a stage. You know what the legal definition of the word attorney is? An actor to a turn. The legal definition of the word actor is somebody who gets up on stage and lies convincingly enough to make you believe in the character and the plot. And to a turn means to steal from one and turn over to another. Therefore, a thief. By the very definition of their profession, they're liars and thieves, and you hire them and put their kids through college. Knock it off. Christ warned you about that. He warned you about that. You do your best, your utmost best, not to deal with the bankers, the attorneys, the doctors, and organized religion. See, spiritualness is where any two of us are gathered together. There am I also. We know what's right and what's wrong. We know what's righteous and what is evil. And when we gather together like this in a room, we're in church. We are the church. And we're here under righteous principles. We're not an organized religion. We're individuals in our individual capacity. And to be a state national is an individual thing. Then if you want to get together as other state nationals, great. But it's an individual decision. It's your birthright. You need to make it. Because only then do you have any power. In the United States Code, in Title 8, Section 1101, they define status. They define a number of different statuses. And if they're going to define status, Why do they lead you to believe there's only one, a U.S. citizen? Because they can control the U.S. citizen. So they teach you that. They indoctrinate you. They start off when you're in grade school, saying that's what you need to be. And attorneys put that box on a form, and you check it because you believe that's what you're meant to do. It's the absolute opposite of what you should be doing. You're a non-resident alien to the United States corporation. Who owns the United States corporation? There's 100 shares of stock issued. We know who 5 of the owners are. The rest are anonymous, but we know where the money leads. It led to the City of London and the Vatican. We know exactly where the money was going. We know where the IMF is. We know where the Council of Foreign Relations is and the United Nations is. We know who runs them. And the Pope, gosh, under Benedict, until the end there, when he dissolved all corporations. See, the new Pope is denounced being the vicar of Christ. And he became the vicar of Satan. And he remodeled the Vatican. And now we've dissolved that. Did you know we dissolved the Vatican? You know we confiscated all the gold? Yes, we did. You know we sent the Swiss Guard home? Yeah, we did. The people are standing up in this world. I loved Paris the other day, held a Trump rally just a week ago. They want Trump back in office. They want him to stand up and take back over his office. I told him he's already there. He's been there the whole time. Right after I left DC, I was there from the 5th to the 11th. Well, then I went down to Mar-a-Lago. And so did most of Trump's staff. Kind of interesting. Yeah, he offered to hire all of his staff. And he created the office of the President of the United States of America as a 19th president. Melania even gave away hats. Red hats that just had 19 on it. Life is beautiful when you know the truth. This is an exciting time to be living in. It is. Oh gosh, we're watching history in the making right in front of our eyes, and most people don't even know because they listen to CNN. The first night I was putting a seminar on like this up in Coeur d'Alene, I get this call and it says, man, Friday night prime time, did you see the ratings of the news agencies? And I said, no, I was busy. He said, well, look, here's the ratings. I'll send them over to you. And he sends them over to my phone. And I just bust out laughing. You've got 6 prime news agencies, CNN, MSN, MSNBC, CBS, all this crap. And their total viewers on prime time Friday night, total viewers was less than 1 million people. Averaged 140,000 each times 6 agencies. 140,000, that's nothing when there's 335 million people. No one's watching the news on Friday night prime time anymore. Isn't that great? We'll have that later. We'll have that. I know they want Q&As, all right? It's important that you understand the basics. It's important that you understand who you are and who they are. When they send you a letter in the mail and it's got your all caps name on it, that's a presentment. I don't care if it's an invoice from your utility company. It's a presentment. Well, heck, the king is busy. He's running a kingdom. and you present me with something, I'm going to date and time stamp it when I receive it, and I'm going to sign my name on it and put my king's seal. And then I only have two choices. I can either accept it or I can rescission it. The word rescission in the law means as if it never happened. When I accept it, it gets paid for out of my trust. Okay? That's our ultimate goal, is to take dominion over our jurisdictions, to claim our minor estate. That's our ultimate goal. If it's anything other than that, you might as well pack up and go home. Be the citizen. You can be either 100% citizen or you can be 100% the king. That's it. The citizen is always asking permission. The king is always as king. Stop asking permission to be as king. It's a big difference in diction. And it's the same letters. Exactly. It's just whether you separate the word or not. Okay? You're either asking the king or you're as king. Now here's the problem. The king is sovereign. The citizen is not. When you're a citizen and you're learning this stuff and you're making the claim that you're going to be the king, that you're the king, and you're somewhere in here, maybe 10% of the way or 20% of the way or 50% of the way or 70 or 90, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you're at. If you aren't the king yet, don't claim to be one. Because if you make a false claim, this is called jail or prison. I don't want you in jail or prison. And a lot of these sovereign citizens, which is an oxymoron because they're exactly opposite, they're the ones stuck in the middle. They're the ones making the claim that they're king, and they haven't done the steps necessary to be the king. Somebody needs to run my time clock and tell me when you need breaks, when we go to lunch, when we quit, because I'll talk all night. Okay? It's not up to them. They don't want you there. Okay, 20 minutes. All right. By the end of this 2 days, you're going to know. You're going to know. No, you really don't. I don't recommend it at all. I try and teach in a way that keeps you out of jail and the prison. I don't like people in prison, and I'm tired of getting people out. I'm tired of stopping people from going to prison. I meet a lot of people right after their trial and before sentencing. And they call me up and says, David, I'm glad I ran into you. You're my last resort. I was just tried and found guilty of fraud. How can I not go to prison in the next 20 years? Well, that's easy. I can stop anyone from going to prison. But first, you got to fire your attorney. Second, you got to learn enough so that you're sui juris, that you're competent. And then you got to not sign anything. As long as you don't sign anything, a plea deal, you don't have an attorney that signs one on your behalf. It takes 3 signatures to put a man in prison. It takes the judges, the prosecutors, and either yours or your attorney, who you gave power of attorney to, who signs the surety and put you in prison. But if we can eliminate one of those signatures, you never go. And the only way to eliminate those signatures is you not sign anything, and you don't have an attorney who's going to sign, and you're competent. And then I'm going to stop you from going to prison. Not necessarily jail. Jail is kind of like the short-term thing. It's being held in contempt and crap like that. I can't stop you from being held in jail, but I can stop you from going to prison and being sentenced. And I can get people out of prison too. We just rescission every signature they ever made and every signature the attorney, their power of attorney made for the cause of fraud and swindle and the ineffective assistance of counsel, and they come home. Well, get him out. If there was no victim, if there was a victim, he belongs there. I'm all for capital punishment. What's that? Well, now you have a little problem. Now you have a very profitable business you're dealing with. Every child in the United States that is taken is worth $3.3 million to government. That's very profitable. So you've got to overcome that. No. It's because they take $1.5 million out of the father's Cestui Que Vie trust. They take $1.5 million out of the mother's Cestui Que Vie trust. And then over 18 to 24 months, they get another 300,000 or so from ASPA and Title IV. Follow the money. Follow the money. Money tells you everything. Okay. It's a very profitable business. And then it can even get more profitable than that. That's the first 18 to 24 months. Right here in Arizona, between 55 and 60 children every month that were taken by CPS disappear out of the state records. Who removes the record? Attorneys and judges, trafficking children. Once the records have been removed, they can do whatever they want with those kids. They can end up in Europe being sold. And they do it all the time. Mm-hmm. But that went over well. To be sui juris, one who has all the rights to which a free man is entitled. One who is not under the power of another is a slave, a minor, and the like. To make a valid contract, a person must, in general, be sui juris, be in their propria persona. The legal term in propria persona is a Latin phrase that translates to mean in his or her own. For example, in the field of law, it means that a person has represented himself in a lawsuit and is therefore given the court jurisdiction over his case. Yeah, that's in prior persona, under general appearance. We're going to talk about things like different ways to appear in court. When I sat over there and I walked over here, as I was walking up, you heard me say, I am here by special divine appearance. Special appearance. I never appear generally. When you appear by special appearance, you are turning over jurisdiction to the court for one reason and one reason only. And that's to settle the matter today. We ain't coming back. There ain't going to be another hearing 30 days from now, Your Honor. We're going to settle it right now. If they indicted me, right on the bottom of the indictment says it's a true bill. Well, I'm going to ask, how much is the bill? How much is the penal sum? If you can't tell me how much the bill, Your Honor, then I guess I don't owe any. Let's dismiss the case right now with prejudice and we'll all go home and I'll buy you tacos. He's got to disclose the bill if you ask. How many people ask when they get indicted, how much is the bill? 0 people ask. So if you don't ask how much is the bill, then they bring you up on charges. So you get your charges, and do you ask, well, how much is the bill? How much is the penal sum? How much is the charges? It's banking. There's a sum attached to it. How many people ask? My God, and you wonder why you're in trouble. You don't even ask how much the bill is. And they don't want to disclose that the penal sum for a felony count of fraud is $2 million. It's a pretty hefty bill. And they don't want to put that figure on the indictment, especially if it was 4 counts and it's $8 million now. I bet you do. Wait till after lunch. Write it down. We'll have a question and answer session later. If you're indicted, it's a true bill. If you don't pay the bill, you're brought up on charges. You don't pay the charges, you're asked to bond. If you don't pay the bond, your body is held as surety. Will they take from your trust? All banking terms. It's because the court is a bank, the judge is a banker. And you didn't bother to ask how much is the bill. And you wonder why you're in trouble. How do you pay something you don't know how much it is? No, so they just become the trustee and they take it out of your account. The judge becomes the executor. The prosecutor becomes the beneficiary. The beneficiary brings you're the trustee, and the beneficiary brings a case against you because the trustee mismanaged the account on behalf of the beneficiary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bringing a case against you. And then when you don't bother to ask how much the bill, the executor of the trust goes, hold on, trustee screwed up. He's going to jail, and he pays the beneficiary out of your trust. It's very simple. It's how it all works. A judge wears all 3 hats. He adjudicates all 3 jurisdictions. And you walk in there and go, oh, he's just an administrator. He's just operating in admiralty law. No, he's not. He can adjudicate these 2 jurisdictions really fast because the man walked in there with nothing in his hand. He didn't walk in there. When they called the Honorable Bob Smith, he had a Your Honor hat on. You can't have honor without trust. You can't have trust without honor. So he had his honor hat. He's going to adjudicate the air first because the air is above the land, which is above the water. And he's going to adjudicate that first. And the man is supposed to walk in with his trust indenture in hand. This is my trust. It's private. I ain't even going to let him see it. In fact, I'm going to file a document before I even go in called a Notice of Existence of Trust. And it's going to state who the executor is, who the trustee is, and who the beneficiary is. And it ain't the judge's name. It ain't the prosecutor's name. So then I'm going to call him out as being an executor de tort or a false executor. See, he's looking for the man to walk in with his express trust in hand. There's only 2 types of trust, an express trust and an implied trust. And I'm teaching you how to get your kids home right now. Are your kids in trust? Do you hold superior title? Do you have contracts on your kids? Then you haven't taken dominion in your 3 jurisdictions, so they did. They became parents patriae. Because you didn't. You failed, not them. Don't ever blame the judges and attorneys. Yes, they're evil, but they're just doing it because you didn't. They're administering it because you didn't. And they're doing it on an evil basis with ulterior motives of profit and gain. but you allowed it. It's our fault. Now, somebody's got to take responsibility for the lack of education. And you did go to a government-controlled, government-funded, government school system. And how many law classes did you have? Because they didn't want you to know. There was no law classes. They didn't want you to know what I'm teaching you right here. This is the most powerful thing you can ever be taught. This room ought to be packed full of people. Okay? It's the most powerful thing you could ever be taught is how to take dominion over your jurisdictions as God commanded you to do. When a man walks into a courtroom with his express trust in hand and he expresses the trust, then the judge can't. And you leave him with nothing to adjudicate in the jurisdiction of the air. And he has to take that hat off. And then he puts on a judge hat. And now he's waiting for the man to walk in with his superior titles in hand and stand firmly upon his superior rights. And if the man walks in with his superior titles, standing firmly on his superior rights, you leave the judge with nothing to adjudicate because he doesn't own anything. The man does. And he can't adjudicate over something he don't own. You get that? It's very important to understand it fully. So then the judge takes off his judge hat and he puts on his Mr. Administrator hat and he looks to see who has superior contract. Now think about Michael Jordan and Nike. I use this example all the time. It's simple, and everybody knows who Michael Jordan is, right? Michael Jordan signed a 5-year contract with Nike for $1 billion. It's $200 million a year, and what did he give up? His name, the use of his name, $200 million a year. Nice gig if you can get it, right? Well, in his contract, he says he's in breach of contract if he doesn't notify Nike of anything illegally that comes up. So Jordan was out on his Ferrari on the freeway outside of Chicago, and he got her up to speed. And some red and blue lights came on behind him. He got pulled over and he got a traffic ticket. And he isn't going to jeopardize $1 billion contract by not telling Nike about it. So he calls up Nike, and Nike says, when's your court date and time? And they just put their corporate attorneys on a G5. They fly them into Chicago, and their corporate attorneys appear for Michael Jordan in traffic court. Can you imagine that? All these guys in $5,000 suits, $2,000 shoes. And they show up in traffic court to defend you for a traffic ticket of $300 or $400. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? They spent $10,000 getting there or more, way more. I know, giving them the benefit of the doubt. Do you think they walked in there and talked about the truth and the facts, what the road conditions were, what speed he was traveling, what the officer did and didn't do? Was it safe? Was it not safe? The weather conditions? Those are truth and facts. He didn't talk about any of that. See, the corporate attorneys walk in there and they say, Your Honor, Michael Jordan is under contract with Nike. And under the United States Code, you can regulate commerce, but you can't interfere in it. And you can't interfere in contracts. And the officer didn't get, and neither did the prosecutor or the court clerk, didn't get Nike's prior written express permission to use Michael's name, thereby devaluing our product. We demand that any document with Michael Jordan's name on it be shredded and destroyed and return of our property to us immediately. You know how fast that judge threw the hammer down? Said case dismissed. Because he was about to get sued for contract and trademark infringement. How come your kids aren't under that? How come you didn't trademark your children, get their superior titles, put them under contract with your business, and protect your children in the jurisdiction of the water? Are they any less valuable than Michael Jordan to you? Think about that for a minute. All you have to do is have a viable business with an EIN number, with a bank account, with a product offered for sale in international commerce, and have the intent to make a profit. And you can write a contract with your children as the executor of your child's estate. And you can write it between you as the executor on behalf of the beneficiary of the children for a percentage of the profit. And you can put them under contract with whatever name of the company you want it to be, ABC Inc. I don't care. Okay? I don't care what you name your company. Name it whatever you want. You're the king. You're the queen. It's yours. That in which one creates, one controls. You understand this is one of the best ways to protect your children ahead of time? Why play defense all the time when you can protect them with offense right away? And when you protect them with offense and you've got your proper contracts and your proper titles and your trusts, you leave the judge with nothing to adjudicate. Now that's what the king's all about. You're truly a free man and a free woman with a free family when you leave them with nothing to adjudicate. And then as long as you love thy neighbor and do no harm, you can do no wrong. You're self-governed. You're as God would have you be. Come out of her, O ye Babylon. That means come out of the corporate world, the corporate structure. Babylon is the corporations of the world. And he commanded you to do it. When you understand what I'm teaching, and you fully understand it, and I don't expect you to get it in a few videos in a weekend or two. You're going to have to do some research and some study. And you're going to have to pursue it. And you're going to have to figure it out. But when you do it exactly the way I tell you to do it, boy, you'll feel like I did 10 or 15 years ago, like I was the only free man in America. Because I wasn't worried about them anymore. I ain't worried about police officers. I only have 2 jobs in life: to correct the errors my public servants make and to educate them so they don't do it again. And every time I meet one of those guys, I shake their hand. Hi, officer, how you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I really do. I want you to go home to your family. Okay. And you be nice. And you treat them with respect, like they're your neighbor, like you're going to go have a barbecue together. They don't ever get treated that way. Why do you think they're assholes most of the time? Because they're dealing with assholes. Quit being an asshole. Be nice. I'm a little tough sometimes. Okay? I say it with all truth and honesty. Be nice. Treat them with respect. Treat them like they're your neighbor. And then educate them. He's a compartmentalized legal idiot. And I know that walking in. And I know that. I'm not going to tell him that. But I know that walking in. It's not his fault. How many law classes did he have, kindergarten through 12th grade? None. How many did he have when he joined the police force? None. In fact, nowadays they're hiring low IQ bullet sponges out of the Army. That's an Army joke. Who in here served? If you're in the Army, you'll know joke amongst military. Anyway, yeah, and that's what they hire. Okay. All right, let's break for lunch.
The status site, the USC site. definition of status?
Figure out how to get this off.
How long is it?
Did the guy running the meeting tell everybody when to come back? And oh man, yeah, how do you even train them? You know? No, let's go an hour. Come back in an hour. Got me all wired up here.
fiscal service actually turn over executive accounts if you can prove you have an express trust and you've
They're
got
just
a
accountants.
certificate?
They're just accountants.
They still can't release it. It's not up to them.
It's not. They have no power. It's up to the treasury and the probate courts.
Program. Yeah, no, some people find stuff in probate.
No, it's just making a plan. That's what it really is. All right, we all back. Looks like we lost a few. Where'd they go? You ready upstairs? Okay. We'll wait for the girls. No, it's okay. I love you anyway. Great lunch. Great lunch. What was the name of that place? Boulders. Boulders on Broadway. Not very far away. Good food. Should have came. We should have just took over the whole restaurant. Everybody go down. I'm fast. You have to really, really haul to keep up. All right. I always tell everyone, make the United States Code your friend. Because it's the only way we can hold them accountable. And the biggest problem in the United States right now is we've lived several generations without holding our public servants accountable. And when you don't hold someone accountable, then they get away with everything. And they gain power because you didn't slap them down. So they gain more and more power, more and more, until they become corrupt. Power in the United States, in fact, the world, look on the back of a dollar bill. You all see United as the Pindar. The Council of 13, there's 13 bricks on the top of the pyramid. The Council of 300, there's 300 bricks. All right. Every time I do this, I'm telling you, mics hate me. You can write the name of every organization on earth. Doesn't matter. Every org on earth. On these lines. And when people reach into a position of power, they commit one of the 7 deadly sins and they get control. And I don't care what it is. Write the name on there. You can write church groups on there. You can write agencies of government on there. You can write entire governments on there. It doesn't matter. And they get control. Down here at the lower levels, they're usually good people in all these agencies. Good people. Look at the Masons. The lower levels of the Masons are builders and architects of the world, are engineers. You get the higher level, well, then it's sheriffs and county commissioners and judges and attorneys and people running those groups, controlling those groups and running your cities. You can take every city in America. You can take the small towns and I can look at them from the air and I can either draw one of those or I can draw one of these. And I can show you a Masonic hall, a Catholic church, a Catholic school, a city building, like the city hall, and usually a mortuary. And I can do that in every city in America. In small towns, you're going to see a Masonic lodge, a Catholic church, and city hall. And they're all connected. Virtually every city in America. Go look at your Masonic lodges. Walk around. Walk around the building. Tell me if you can see into the windows on the bottom floor. What are they hiding? What are they hiding? These guys are who's running your city, who's running your governments. This is what runs it. You see, we have 3 branches of government. An administrative branch, right? A judicial branch, and a legislative branch. I'm going to have to move stuff around, maybe. Somebody didn't dress me properly after lunch. I'd like to be up here with you anyway. That's right. I'd like to be up here with you anyway. Okay, we have 3 branches of government. What manual do they use to run those branches? The administrative branch uses the 2020 Mason's manual for administrative procedure. Go online and buy one for yourself. Yeah. Judicial branch uses the 2020 Mason's manual for judicial procedure. The legislative branch uses 2020 Mason's manual for legislative procedure. You getting it now? Okay, I don't have to keep writing it. Good. That's how our governments are run in every city, every town, every county, every state, and our federal government is all ran out of those manuals. You understand that, right? That really was a man. Turn around, I look at that, I go, your brain is, when you're up here, your brain's thinking way ahead of what your arm's doing. You can't spell, you can't do anything. I'm telling you. But that's how it's ran. And in every city and every town, I can draw that from the air. And I can look down and you know there's tunnels connecting them all underground. Not only that, there's rooms off these tunnels sometimes. This is the way power is distributed in the world. You understand it's all evil. It's all to defeat we the people. Aren't we sick and tired of it? See, sometimes 3 feet of chain and a lock and a good match works really well. Don't take me on that, okay? I said that in one of my classes in Washington, and within a week, 3 Masonic lodges in Vancouver, British Columbia suddenly burnt to the ground. I don't know what happened. People take me literally sometimes. Anyway, be careful. We want to do things right. We want to do things lawfully. We want to live a lawful basis. The legal definition of the word legal is the undoing of God's laws. You understand that? People come up to me and say, David, is it legal to do that? And I said, who the hell cares? Why would I want to undo God's laws? I'm a free man. Free men don't ask permission. We're self-governed. If we all thought the way I did, we wouldn't have any problems in society. We'd all be living freely and we'd be living just fine. Okay? The Supreme Court of the United States says since governments have chosen to incorporate themselves, they must follow the same rules as any other corporation. Oh, wait a minute, just like Walmart. They said rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances are not law. They're corporate bylaws. They're for employees of the corporation to follow. You follow them by voluntary compliance. How many people filled out a 1040? What the heck for? I'm going to pick on you for a minute. I love you. Or I wouldn't pick on you. Okay. Right on the damn form, it says, you signed it under the penalty of perjury by voluntary compliance. Well, wake up, will you? Quit being asleep. To be unconscious, to be asleep. Good. The only form we should ever fill out with the IRS is a Form 56. That's it. Mike's hate me. It notices them who the fiduciary is. It's a fiduciary form. You want to own your vessel? You want to own your ship? There's certain things you have to do to own your ship. First thing you have to do is you have to notify the Secretary of State of the United States of your status. You pick. You're the king. You can pick any status you want. If you want to pick a United States citizen, I'll stand and defend you. That's your choice. God gave you free agency, do what you want. You want to be a slave, fine. Go home and be a slave. But if you want freedom, you need to be a state national. State national is the only one with limited diplomatic immunity as per the Geneva Conventions. It's your birthright. It's the Californians and the Oregonians and the Texans and the Wisconsinites and the Floridians and the Arizonans. They're state nationals. They owe their allegiance to the state, not the state of. Big difference. You got to understand there's two or more of everything. Two or more of you. There's the vessel, the ship, the shipping company in commerce under admiralty law, inland piracy, subject to piracy, and then there's the man or the woman. The man or the woman. The son or daughter of God. The king. And God is a king of kings. He didn't say he was a king of slaves. In fact, he says the opposite. He says, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. You want to be a U.S. citizen controlled by government? Render under Caesar. Wasn't just talking about money. Wasn't just talking about tithes. He was talking about life. Come out of her, O ye Babylon. Come out of her, O ye Babylon. That means come out of the corporate construct, the corporate world. If I was going to start a business today, I wouldn't start a corporation or an LLC except to protect my family. And I don't care if it ever makes a dime. It could have the same $100 that I opened the checking account with 20 years from now sitting there in that account, and I wouldn't care. I would never open a corporation to make a profit. I would have the intent to make a profit and hope grandmother bought some t-shirts with my kids' names on them. But I can only have the intent and the hope that she buys it. I can offer it for sale, but I can't force somebody to buy. Okay, that's not up to me. So I would only use a corporate construct and contracts to protect my family. If I wanted to make money, I'd start a private membership association, a PMA. You know how many PMAs I'm putting together right now? Over 1,500 PMAs. That's why I was in Vegas. I'm doing one for 2 companies, and all of their distributors are going to be PMAs underneath that. Over 1,500 companies are going to go to PMAs. Why? Because it can't be regulated by government. They're private. I'm taking them out of the corporate construct and putting them into the private. I've been sharing it for 10 years.
Oh, I meant their
Huh?
name. That company's name, are they sharing that yet publicly?
No, not until all the paperwork's done, which will be done soon. Okay? It's all going to be cookie cutter. Just put a name in. That's it. Everything else is the same.
Will we learn about that, or you offer those services?
That's what you're here for this weekend. Okay? All these things that I'm talking about is for you to take notes on. You can't expect to learn it in a weekend. I'm going to cover a tremendous amount of material because I got to cover everything from the power structure of the world to the birth, to the death, to the grave. That includes marriages and driving and traveling and everything else that goes along with it. Everything that's going to affect your lives, from your children to your automobiles to your homes being foreclosed, all the things that they can do to you, I'm going to cover in a very brief fashion. And then it's up to you. Okay? I can answer questions. I can hold your hand. We've got websites. We've got other people across the country that are in various stages, and they can all help you. And that's what we have to do. We all have to help each other. I'm not here to teach the students. I'm here to teach the teachers so that you can go home to your kids and your grandkids and your neighbors and start opening up these concepts that I'm teaching. Learn to be able to do 5-minute napkin presentations. You can be sitting down with your next door neighbor having a beer over a barbecue or over the fence and say, hey, do you know how the power structure works in the world? And you could draw these 3 things on the back of a napkin and show them how. See, I'm somewhere talking to people every weekend, but do you know in high school I failed every speech class? I was a shy kid. I was smart, but I was shy. I couldn't talk to people. You know what my very first public speaking engagement was? I'd started a financial planning firm. And on the back of a napkin, I showed people how money works in this country. And I did a 10-minute napkin presentation on the banks, the insurance companies, the investment companies, mutual funds, and how you, husband and wife, I draw stick figures really good. You, husband and wives, take your money and you invest it in one of those 4 institutions. You earn anywhere from 2 to 10%. They take it out the back door. They invest it directly into the American economy, and they earn 10 to 30%. And they keep the difference. And what if I could show you, Mr. Husband and Wife, how I can take you directly, bypass the middlemen, go right into the American economy through a good mutual fund and make 10 to 30%. How do you feel about that? In 6 months, I got people to invest $140 million. And I caught the attention of Sanford Weill. 10-minute napkin presentation. This is the best way to teach. I'm trying to teach the teachers how to go teach their kids and their grandkids. do it. Break it down into little napkin presentations that you could draw on a restaurant napkin that and show a husband and wife how to move their 401k into the American economy into a good mutual fund. Okay. And I was selling more mutual funds than the big brokerage houses. And Sanford Weil, it got his attention. You know who Sandy Weil is? He's the guy that started American Express with $40,000 borrowed money and sold it 7 years later for $1 billion. Then he became the CEO of Citibank and all its subsidiary companies. And he flew over and he picked me up on his private 707. He flew me to New York City. He put me up in the Waldorf Astoria. He picked me up every day in a limo and hauled me to a recording studio so that I could do a 10-minute napkin presentation, about 400 takes before I got it right. So they could put it on video so they could teach all the Citibank employees how to sell mutual funds. And then he flew me home. And he says, what are you doing next weekend, David? And I said, I don't know, Sandy, what are we doing? I'm now Sandy's best friend, right? That's how I acted. I was 26. And I said, Sandy, what are we doing? He says, how about I pick you up next weekend? I'll take you up to the Tacoma Dome. I said, great. I'm thinking we're going to see a concert or something, right? So we land at the airport and limousine takes us to the Tacoma Dome and we pull right up at the backstage doors. Cool, backstage passes. Who are we going to see? Concert, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm 26. He walks me in the backstage doors like this one. And he walks me up and there's a curtain right here. He says, just go through the curtain. He's behind me. I'm thinking he's coming. He sends me through the curtain and I look out and the Tacoma Dome's full of people. And I turn around and I'm talking the floor, the bleachers, the whole, it's packed. I turn around, there's a TV screen like 3 times that size. And as I'm walking, my back of my head drops because I'm doing this. Yeah. And I look over at Sandy and he says, just do your 10-minute napkin presentation. You got 30 minutes. Scariest moment of my life. It was the National Association of Financial Planners for America and Canada. And they're all there. Like,
You're part of the
no. I was a farm boy from Milltown in Oregon who happened to have started a financial planning company. Yeah, seriously. Just got out of the Navy. Yeah, that was my first public speaking engagement. Imagine being thrown into that at 26. And actually have words come out of your mouth. So the only IRS form we should ever fill out is a Form 56. How do we fill that out? See, that's an interesting thing. It's a real easy form, except no one knows how to fill it out properly. You'll get it wrong almost every time, unless you have help. And it's simple. You think, oh God, anybody can do this. When you look at it, the fact of the matter is, you got to put the vessel at the top in item number 1. David Lester Straight, all caps, hyphen, vessel. Yeah, qualify everything. Don't leave anything to chance. Don't let them guess what that is. Tell them what it is. You're the king, the queen. Be the queen. I'm telling you. Be the queen, and even the king will bow to the queen. Guarantee it. Take that power back. So you fill it out, all caps name, as on your birth certificate, hyphen vessel. Because why? Your birth certificate opened the primary account at the bank. That's your primary CUSIP number. Now, all the other CUSIP numbers are like sub-accounts. It's like going to Wells Fargo and open a checking, and then you go back in and open a savings, and you go back in and open a CD, then you go back, another savings account, whatever. So every time you've got a Social Security card, a military ID, an advanced degree in college student ID number, those are all CUSIP numbers. They bond you and insure you again and again and again. The more you advance in life, the more times they're going to bond and insure you, and the more value you're going to have. Yeah. It's crazy how this system works. So you fill out a Form 56, your all caps name, hyphen vessel, and you put your corporate address on it the way the post office wants it, with the zip code, the whole works, as your vessel. That's your shipping company. I'm going to teach you how to take ownership of your ship instead of just being the purser aboard the ship. Instead of just holding that office and being the signatory who can be held in debtor's prison. The owner of the shipping company doesn't get held in debtor's prison because he's the creditor. You got to switch over from being debtors to creditors. Wouldn't you like to be the creditor instead of a debtor? Slaves are debtors. Kings are creditors. Understand that. So then in part 2 of Form 56, you're going to put David Lester straight upper and lowercase hyphen executive. Guess what? I just put my vessel in trust. It's a Form 56. It's who holds fiduciary capacity. Right? So on item number 1, the vessel, I'm going to put my Social Security number because that's what the IRS wants to see. You know what I'm going to put on the part 2 of the executor? I'm going to put my Federal Reserve Bank, its routing number and its account number, my CUSIP. And I'm going to sign as the executor. Oh, honey. Depending on your age, it's usually on the back of your Social Security card. That's your bank. It'll be a letter code. Mine is C. C means Cleveland. On your map overlays, which I'll teach you tomorrow, this country was divided into federal districts. Each one has a Federal Reserve Bank. Okay. And a C is Cleveland. The number afterwards, the routing number of that bank. Social Security number for that CUSIP is the account number for that bank or that savings account. Now understand, your CUSIP number for your birth certificate is your main account. Social Security number is a secondary account. It's like taking money out of my savings instead of out of my checking. Okay. Got to understand that, because the ultimate goal is what? To be free, to be the king, to lay claim to your minor estate. No one can be free until they claim their estate, because they took our soul, they took our blood, sent us out to sea, where we're presumed dead and lost at sea until we should return to claim our minor estate. The legal definition of the word minor is somebody under the age of 18 or someone of any age who hasn't claimed their minor estate. So I don't care if you're 99 years old. You haven't claimed your minor estate, you're still a minor in the law. And that's why you must be represented. See, when it says, who can an attorney represent? It doesn't say they can represent a man or a woman. They can't represent anyone sui juris, and they surely can't represent the king. Only the king can represent the king. They can only represent a minor, somebody infirmed, somebody incompetent, an entity or a vessel. That's it. That's all an attorney can represent. It's important to understand that. We are at war with the Bar Association. Quit funding them and they will go away. If no one hires a lawyer, there will be no lawyers because barber college will be more profitable for them. Okay? Quit funding them. Quit paying your money to the IRS. See, there's two or more of everything. There's the IRS and there's the Internal Revenue Service. There's the United States Post Office and there's the United States Postal System. And you can walk in the door and depending on whether you mail something registered or mail something certified, it depends on what you're using. It's up to the people to choose. They both exist side by side. Our government has been running both governments forever, but the corporate one's more profitable for it. So that's why they spend the most time there. They don't spend the most time on constitutional issues and treaties. They spend the most time in commerce. And that's your fault. Make it unprofitable for them. And they'll go away. It's that simple. Quit walking into the pizza parlor that's bankrupt. And the pizza parlor closes their doors for good. Okay? President Trump's already restored the republic. He signed a new second Declaration of Independence. He's already exposed it all, and he's already put everything into place. Now it's up to us. Let the dominoes fall where they may. Well, if you could get CNN and NBC and MSNBC to inform the people, that'd be great. But they've been lying so long that people aren't even listening to them.
But there's a lot of people that listen to Trump.
Oh, he does. He says it. And he says it in many subtle ways. And you don't get it. People aren't awake enough to pay attention to the diction. It's like the vaccines. Everybody says, well, he's been promoting vaccines. You understand he's got to be careful about the diction that he says, and the only approved vaccines are hydroxychloroquine and remdesivir.
Really?
All the rest aren't vaccines. They're experimental drugs. They're not approved as vaccines. But see, the people don't even know the words. That's how dumbed down we are. It's ridiculous. It's not your fault. You're good people, right? Because of the position he's in. That's why I have to do it. I have to take the risk. You guys need to take the risk too, because they do come after us. Okay? They do come after us. So people say, I want to file my taxes. I say, oh, you're filing a Form 56? I go, what the hell is that? Never heard of one. It's the only tax form you should ever file, and it's a one-time filing, and you're done. And you just made yourself the owner of the vessel, the fiduciary. Now I can walk in any court of law with my Form 56, and I can say, hold on there a minute, Your Honor. You can't claim I'm a citizen, person, or resident subject to your rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances when I have done this and this and this and this and this to prove it. God, I just removed all of this power. You want to be free? Take away their authority to adjudicate. When they can't adjudicate you, you're free. It's that simple. The king's busy. I'm only going to appear by special divine appearance to settle this matter today. I'm not coming back. I'll tell them that. We're getting it done now. It's my court. When they took my kids, I got them back in one day. I didn't even have a court case number or an appointment. I showed up at the courthouse, threw the freaking doors open, the people sitting all around the room, walked right up to the judge. And I demanded an emergency hearing and told him to take his lunch hour to hear him. It was my court, not his. You understand that's the difference? Okay, that's the difference. All right. in the preface of the United States Code, it says, this nation is founded upon God-like principles. The Bible says it's founded on those principles and these 4 founding documents. All laws of the United States shall be based on God-like principles, the Bible, and these 4 founding documents. What are those 4 documents? Do you know? Let me challenge you. Okay, how about you? Do you know what the 4 founding documents are? Somebody's watched the video of it, I'm sure. I hope it's okay. I won't put you on the spot. The Declaration of Independence. The Articles of Confederation. The very first Constitution and the Ordinance of 1787, the Northwest Ordinance. All laws of the United States shall be based on the Bible and these 4 founding documents. They're all right here. What do I need a very big set of law books for? You understand this? The Bible and treaties are the only law in the United States?
Really?
That's right, in our state constitutions.
That's it.
That's it. It's the only thing that's law, that's the only thing we the people have to follow. Because that's our social compact of we the people. And then we put government in a box. See, the nice thing about putting government in a box is the law that we the people laid down is pretty clear. It's black and white. It's concise. It says what it says and it doesn't say what it doesn't say. There's no gray area. There's no room for interpretation. If you want to know what a word means, then look at Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary. Why? Because Noah was at the Congressional Congress when this country was formed, and the founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson and John Adams handed the documents to Noah and said, make sure every word is correct. You understand Noah Webster is the most famous, infamous person there is? That it was his job to make sure every word was proper, had the right definitions, and he didn't even write a dictionary until 1828. Yep, right near the end of his life. He wrote a dictionary and it describes every word. So if I want to know what a word means in this, I sure ain't looking it up on Wikipedia because the definition is going to be wrong. I'm going to go to Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary to see what that means. This is why I know the law better than most attorneys, because I know you can't use a modern dictionary to decipher that document.
So what was the fourth?
Yeah, Declaration, Articles of Confederation, the original Constitution, and
The Ordinance of 1787, which is called the Northwest Ordinance. 1787. There's also the state constitutions of each individual state as far as they are interpreted correctly. Now, a lot of the states, like Oregon, made an amendment in 1910 without a vote of the people. They did it in the dead of night during the holiday, and they changed the Oregon Constitution by a few words. Tennessee, which was the best state constitution ever written, changed one word, and they published it all. And John Gentry is making them change it back in all their publications. That's the power of one person, John Gentry. He's fixing the original Tennessee Constitution. He got permission after standing in front of the legislature to see and analyze the original parchments. And he went through it word by word. And he found one word wrong in their current publications. Had to do that to keep the microphone off. That's it. Laws of the United States. You want to be an expert in the law? You don't even have to read much.
So everything else they just put it out is just bullshit.
I call it SMU.
Shit made up.
There you go. Yeah. If I want to do a G-rated, I just call it shite.
Oh, shite.
We're calling for a life.
And I'll do that right in the courtroom. They'll start reading off statute, or they'll start reading off court cases that are setting precedents. And I turn to the prosecutor and I said, you just cited a court case. I says, isn't that just opine of a judge? Just the opinion of some judge? And he could have been racially biased, politically motivated. He could have not liked the way someone spoke and the way they looked. So he ruled against him, and you're going to try and use that shit against me? That's just SMU. It's just opinion. There's my rebuttal. And I go, not using that against me in my courtroom. My freaking courtroom. I'm the one here by special appearance to settle the matter. What are you guys doing? Acting and pretending under the color of law? God, it's nice to be one of the people with power. And you can do it nicely. Government works off the unrebuttal of presumption. Your attorney sits there and says, shh, we'll get our turn later. Well, that might be tomorrow after the judge has thrown down the hammer. The minute he throws down the hammer, everything that was said that was unrebutted is on the record. And you let him get away with that shit. Man, if his lips are moving, he's lying. He's an attorney. He's an actor and a liar, right? And if his lips are moving, he's lying. And if you're not objecting, the lies become the truth and the fact on the record. And this is why people want me to solve their cases years down the road after they've been dealing with the courts 3, 4, 5 years. Hell, we could have handled it day one before they even stepped foot in the room. Very easily. But it gets harder and harder and harder the longer you've been in the situation. Hard to backtrack out of it. There's only two ways: challenge jurisdiction and challenge fraud. That's it. That's your only way to back out. Okay? So it's very, very important to take dominion, to leave them with nothing to adjudicate, to have your trust in order, to be the fiduciary, to have your proper status and standing. Standing is this interesting thing. In order to come from the dead and be the living man and develop your standing, you've got to earn it. You've got to take dominion over all 3 jurisdictions, and you have to have your status. That's why I say status, standing, and jurisdiction is everything in the law. But the only way to achieve standing is to take dominion, for it to be yours, for you to be the king. Do you think God was perfect? He was. Do you think he raised people not to be? He knew we were going to make choices, and some of them were going to be bad, but he raised you to be the king. He says, I am the King of Kings. Never once said he was the king of slaves. That ain't in there. Rules, codes, statutes, and ordinances are shit made up. When I teach you about property taxes tomorrow, you're going to see it so crystal clear. It's unbelievable. Okay? Very, very important. But you have to know how power works. You've got to know that there's 2 or more of everything. I have beaten the IRS so many times, I can't even count. Well over 100 times. 2 or 3 for myself and the rest for others. They're so easy to beat, it's not even fun. You know why? Because they don't have any authority. They're a third-party debt collector. They're there to collect for the IRS. And there's two or more of everything. There's the debtor department, the IRS, and then there's the Internal Revenue Service Credit Department. And when I write a letter to the Internal Revenue Service Credit Department, I get a letter back from on Bank of America's letterhead. And it's usually got credits on it. You guys have a credit report? Experian, TransUnion, Equifax? Why is it called a credit report, not a debit report? Because it's a list of companies that you lent money to. Your signature lent them the money to give back to you. A mortgage application, your signature created the money out of your trust, and they lent it back to you. It didn't come out of the shareholders' accounts of the bank. It didn't come out of the customers' accounts of the bank. It came out of your Cestui Que Vie trust, and you loaned them the money. And then not only did you loan them the money, but then you're paying them again. Golly. When you understand how this works, it gets quite fun. You know, you pay your house off with a silver dollar. Anyway, it's fun. You're getting ahead of me. No, you got to learn the basics first. And the basics you need to hear 2, 3, 4 times. And you've got to get it ingrained because it's a new way of thinking, it's a new way of talking, it's a new way of communicating, and it's a new way of acting. You start to be proud. You start to be the king. Now, does that mean you're not nice to people and you don't love them? I love everybody. I'm very humble. I'm very righteous. I believe in God. And I love all of you as my brothers and sisters. Every single one of you, and I treat you that way. I give everybody a hug or a handshake. Everyone. I walk up to people wearing masks and I go, I don't do social distancing, but I do social hugs. Do you need a hug? Now they got 2 choices. They either come give me a hug or they go the other way. Well, that's their problem, right? I do that in a grocery store. Freaks them out.
156, can one expect acknowledgement from the IRS? Submit that form correctly?
What's that?
Can one expect acknowledgement from the IRS to submit that form correctly?
Oh, that form does a lot of things, but it ain't the only form you need to submit. Take one of each of these and pass them around. Get that off, make it easy.
When I was watching the video, the one that you went to Arizona, you were telling the story about the CPS and you're trying to get your kids. I was telling about my wife about that. I told her, don't you dare open that into the CPS. You get a shotgun, a piece of paper, and you slide that.
2 years ago in July, I'd put on a seminar in Utah just like this one. And I'm headed home. I'm driving across southern Idaho, and I get this call from this young lady. I'll wait till you guys are done.
You live up, one of my brothers lives in Coeur d'Alene, or just Eagle Lake. It's kind of north over there.
Here's the same papers on the second page. Same thing.
Oh, well, that's right. Now you got 2.
Everybody get one?
Yeah, just set the rest up there. What's that? Oh, yeah, take your own. It's always helpful. All right. couple years ago in July, I did a presentation in Utah. And I was on my way home. I was driving across southern Idaho, and this little gal called me from Nevada. And she says, David, I got a problem. I got 2 police officers and a CPS worker right here at my house, and they want to take my daughter. Somebody saw her daughter playing outside in the yard in the heat. Maybe on their way to work, and then maybe on their way home. Thought, oh, she's playing out there all day. No, the daughter was coming in and out of the house, eating, drinking, playing in the pool, all kinds of different things, right? Called in an anonymous complaint to CPS. No basis in fact, none whatsoever. And she says, they're here to take my daughter. What do I do? I said, well, it's July in Nevada. Make them sweat. Tell them you're on the phone with your legal counsel, and you'll get back to them in just a few minutes. And then lock the door. Let them hear that deadbolt sing. Hit it hard. Get a pad and a paper and write down what I tell you to write down. Notice and warning to all agents and officers of any de facto government entity or agency. As per my lawful counsel, I retain and reserve all my rights. And through the supremacy clause of the Constitution, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, all known as supreme law, once these treaties are brought into light, you must obey them or face serious consequences. Very serious consequences. You are trespassing and depriving me of life and liberty and my right to be left alone. You are attempting to commit multiple felony crimes under the fraudulent doctrine of parens patriae or in loco parentis. Under both ASPA and Social Security Title IV, you cannot remove a child from a parent without the parent's permission. There will be no acceptance by me of any presumptions or assumptions of my status, standing, or jurisdiction. As above all, I hereby retain my right of self-determination. I do not consent to anything and I will not sign anything. I am hereby challenging jurisdiction. We have no contractual agreement. There will be no tacit agreements of me being a citizen, person, resident, or subject, as I am not. I am an American state national with limited diplomatic immunity, and I'm not subject to the false and fraudulent doctrine of parens patriae. The state is not the parent of free men and women, and I do not consent. Mere statutes don't apply. Warning. As per USC Title 18, Section 242, you are acting under the color of law and are depriving me of my rights. If you came with another Title 18, Section 241, says it is a conspiracy to deprive me of my rights and applies. Both of these and other felonies you are committing. If you continue, I will be forced by you to file criminal and tort charges against you personally in your private capacity. Under 42 USC Section 1983, I may sue state or local officials for the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and these federal laws. Under Bivens versus 6 unknown named agents of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, I may sue federal officials for the violation of certain constitutional rights. These crimes carry penalties of $200,000 and up to 10 years in prison for each count. I will not submit, contract, or consent to any officer, agent, or order from any administrative court or private corporate de facto bar actors, and I will treat them equally as I would any other trespasser.
David, can we get a copy?
You understand what he's saying right there? So unless you have a warrant from a constitutional Article 1 or Article 3 court that clearly states the exact purpose, place, and thing, which is backed up by a sworn claim, not a complaint, as anyone can complain about anything. An affidavit or sworn testimony given under oath and under the penalty of perjury, please leave here immediately. I hereby now plead the fifth. In other words, I'm going to shut up right here. This has stopped the removal of more than 300 children that I know of. One page. Every family should make multiple copies. They should go to the teacher, the school nurse, the principal, and the superintendent. They should be your doctors, your family doctors. You should have them taped on the back of the door so you can rip one off, open the door a quarter of an inch and shove it and hand it to them. You should have them on the dash of your car. case they stop you on the street or in a Safeway parking lot. Okay? And you hand this to them, and it shuts them down. Okay? No, but it's on my website, and you are here at a seminar, right?
Yeah.
So you go to the website, your code, after you sign up, is seminar 2021, and it gives you access to everything. All my documents. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is the things we've done in our life from not knowing, from not being taught the law, we've got to fix. We've screwed up. We've made tons of mistakes. How many have been married? How many have been married more than once or will admit it?
I'm not married on my license. I'm married on a God.
Good man.
I'll follow my heart. So.
Good. I read this document right here I'm about to read to you in Alabama at the 10th Amendment Society a few years back. And they took it to heart. And I'll tell you what, the pastors at the big church last weekend took it to heart, and they will no longer marry someone with a marriage license from the state.
Can I mention why the license bad?
Hmm?
Can I mention what they do with God and the license?
Now let me do that by reading this. And then you can do it if I didn't cover it. This is an enlightening conversation with the Marriage License Bureau. Pay close attention. It's really interesting because it's one of the most important contractual obligations where the state has power over you. About 20 years ago, my former wife filed for divorce. We had 7 children, 5 daughters and 2 sons. Our youngest at the time, our second son, was 5 years old. At the time I prepared a counterclaim to the petition for dissolution, her attorney filed in domestic relations court. I met one afternoon with the head of the Maricopa County Superior Court Marriage License Bureau in downtown Phoenix. The Marriage License Bureau was headed by a young woman about the age of 25. I asked her to explain to me the general and statutory implications of the marriage license. She was very cooperative and called in an assistant, a tall black man who at the time was working on an operations manual for internal departmental use. He was an attorney, very smart guy. She deferred for most technical explanations to her assistant. He walked through the technicalities of the marriage license as it operates in Arizona. He mentioned the marriage licensing is pretty much the same in most of the other states, but there are a few minor differences. One significant difference he mentioned was that Arizona is one of 8 Western states that are community property states. The other states, which are common law states, include Utah, with the exception of Louisiana, which is a Napoleonic Code state. He then explained some of the technicalities of the marriage license. He said, first of all, the marriage license is a secular contract between the parties and the state. He then explained some of the technicalities. Oh, did I say that? No. The state is the principal party in that secular contract. The husband and wife are secondary or inferior parties. The secular contract is a 3-way contract between the state as principal and the husband and wife as the other 2 legs of the contract. So it's kind of like this pyramid right here. The state joins with the husband and enjoins with the wife. This is the blueprint of a marriage and is patented with the United States Patent and Trademark Office. That is the blueprint of a state marriage license. God is put on a dashed line. He said in the traditional sense, a marriage is a covenant between the husband and wife and God. But in the secular contract with the state, reference to God is on a dotted line and not officially considered included in the contract at all. He said if the husband and wife wish to include God as a party in their marriage, that it is on a dotted line and they will have to add it in their own minds. The state's marriage license is strictly secular, he said. He said further that what he meant by the relationship to God being on a dotted line meant that the state regards any mention of God as irrelevant, even meaningless. In its description of the marriage license contract, the related one other dotted line. In other words, there's no direct connection between the husband and the wife. In a blueprint, any engineer or architect will tell you that a dotted line is a beam that bears no weight. So God bears no weight in the contract. And there's no direct connection between the husband and wife. The husband wants to deal with the wife, or the wife wants to deal with the husband. They have to deal with the state. Okay? He said in the traditional religious context, the marriage was a covenant between the husband and wife, and God with husband and wife joined as one. This is accomplished with a recording in a family Bible with 3 witnesses. He said this is not the case in the secular realm of the state's marriage license contract. The state is the principal or dominant party. The husband and wife are merely contractually joined as business partners, not in any religious union. They may even be considered, he said, connected to each other by another dotted line. The picture he was trying to paint was out of a triangle with the state at the top and a solid line extending from the apex, a state down the left side to the husband, and a separate solid line extending down the right side to the wife, a dotted line merely showing that they consider themselves to have entered into a religious union of some sort that is irrelevant to the state and its contract. He further mentioned that this religious overtone is recognized by the state by requiring that the marriage must be solemnized, either by a state official or by a minister of religion that has been deputized by the state to perform the marriage ceremony and make a return of the signed and executed marriage license back to the state. Again, he emphasized that marriage is a strictly secular relationship so far as the state is concerned, and because it is looked upon as a privileged business enterprise, various tax advantages and other political privileges have become attached to the marriage license contract that have nothing at all to do with the marriage as a religious covenant or bond between God and a man and woman. By way of reference, if you would like to read a legal treatise on marriage, one of the best is a book called Principles of Community Property. It is by a man named William D. Funniak. I will say this in class. D. Funniak. I don't know any other way to say it. William. At the outset, he explains that community property law descends from Roman civil law through the Spanish codes from 600 AD, written by the Spanish jurisconsulates. In the civil law, the marriage is considered to be a for-profit venture or profit-making venture, even though it may not actually produce a profit. And as the wife goes out to the local market to purchase foodstuffs and other supplies for the marriage household, she is replenishing the stocks of the business. To restate, in civil law, the marriage is considered to be a business venture that is a for-profit business venture. Moreover, as children come into the marriage household, the business venture is considered to have borne fruit. Now, back to the explanation by the Maricopa County Superior Court Marriage Bureau's administrative assistant. He went on to explain that every contract must have consideration. The state offers consideration in the form of the actual license itself, the piece of paper, the certificate of marriage. The other part of consideration by the state is the privilege to be regulated by statute.
What
I can't even say it with a straight face. The privilege to be regulated by statute. Are you married? Oh, yeah, then we have jurisdiction. Yeah. Yeah, they don't just come right out and say it. They just do it. And you don't rebut because you don't know, right? The unrebuttal of presumption is how they operate. He added that this privilege to be regulated by statute includes all related statutes and all court cases as they are ruled on by the courts, and all statutes and regulations into the future in the years following the commencement of the marriage. He said, in a way, the marriage license contract is dynamic or flexible or ever-changing contract as time goes along, even though the husband and wife didn't realize that. My thought on this is, can it be considered a true contract? Where was the full and honest disclosure? Where was the meeting of the minds? Where was the terms and conditions? Where was the dual wedding signatures? Where, right? A contract must be entered into knowingly, intelligently, intentionally, and with fully informed consent. Otherwise, technically, there is no contract. Another way to look at it is the marriage license contract with the state is as a contract of adhesion, a contract between two desperate, unequal parties. Again, a flawed contract. Such a contract with the state is said to be a specific performance contract as the privileges, duties, and responsibilities that are attached. Consideration on the part of the husband and wife is the fee paid for the license application and the implied agreement to be subject to the state statutes, rules, and regulations. And all court cases ruled on related to the marriage, including marriage law, family law, children, and property. He emphasized that this contractual consideration by the bride and groom places them in a definite and defined by law position inferior and subject to the state. You pissed yet? See, I always tell people I'm here to piss you off, because if you're not pissed off, you don't get off your butts, right? You got to get mad. You got to get angry. You got to say enough is enough, okay? And then go do something about it. He also said that it is very important to understand that children born to the marriage are considered by law as the contract-bearing fruit, meaning the children primarily belong to the state. This is why they can step in without a warrant. They can take them from your school. They can take them from the doctor's office. Hell, Phoenix Children's Hospital is the largest medical kidnapping hospital in the United States. Oh, yeah. CEO Myers. Oh, yeah. Don't think I don't know their names. Not even for a minute. I've dealt with these guys. CEO Myers sits on the board of directors on Doug Ducey's government commission. Doug Ducey sits on the board of directors for Phoenix Children's Hospital. Brnovich has a Superior Court office inside the hospital along with CPS in the hospital. They've rented office space in the basement. Brnovich sits on the board of directors for Phoenix Children's Hospital and for TGen. TGen is a medical experimentation company that experiments on handicapped children with drugs that that aren't even FDA approved. You understand, that's a big criminal enterprise right here. And Ducey's heavily involved. So is Brnovich. I'm saying this on camera. Okay. But when they get in a private jet with SRA logos on the tail, and they fly to a resort in Utah and they take children with them for the weekend to party, I get a little pissed off. So Doug Ducey can go to hell. He said it is vitally important for parents to understand two doctrines that become established in the United States during the 1930s. The first is the doctrine of parens patriae. The second is the doctrine of in loco parentis. Parents patriae means literally the parent of the country, or to state it more bluntly, the state is the undisclosed true parent of its children. Okay? And what are you considered? A minor? Because you haven't claimed your minor. Oh, yeah. So it's children. That's all of you. Not just your kids and your grandkids. It's all of you who haven't claimed their minor estate. You understand how important this is?
So,
Okay? Books ought to be written about this crap. It ought to be taught in our schools, our universities, in all of our family homes. Parent, oh gosh. Along this line, a 1930s Arizona Supreme Court case states that parents have no property right in their children and have custody of their children during good behavior at the sufferance of the state. You pissed yet? Those are words right out of a court case. Okay, this means that parents may raise their children and maintain custody of their children as long as they don't offend the state. But if they in some manner displease the state could step in at any time and exercise its superior status and take custody and control of its children. The parents are only conditional caretakers, thus the doctrine of in loco parentis. He also added a few more technical details. The marriage license is an ongoing contractual relationship with the state. Technically, the marriage license is a business license, allowing the husband and wife in the name of the marriage to enter into contracts with third parties and contract for mortgages and debts. They can get car loans, home mortgages, and installment debts in the name of the marriage because it's not only a secular enterprise, but is looked upon by the state as a privileged business enterprise, as well as a for-profit enterprise. The marriage contract acquires property throughout its existence, and over time it is hoped it increases in value. This goes to a legal term, limited conditional title or lease, the right to make a profit or to incur a loss. I see those words over and over again when I'm studying law. It's absolutely crazy. The marriage contract bears fruit by adding children. If sometime later the marriage fails and a divorce results, that's all that happens. The husband and wife are forever separated, but they're never separated with the state. The husband will always be married to the state, and the wife will always be married to the state. The divorce is merely a contractual dissolution or amendment of the terms and conditions of the contract. Jurisdiction of the state over the marriage, over the husband and wife, now separated, still continues and continues over all aspects of the marriage, over marital property, over children brought into the marriage, spousal support, child support, visitation, education, healthcare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The state has a say forever. Forever. Pretty much. Okay. Except for Alabama now. Alabama no longer issues marriage licenses. No. You get married in the Bible like you're supposed to. You get a family Bible, you record the event in the front of the Bible. You fill out an affidavit of your marriage with the witnesses' signatures, and you turn it into a probate judge, and the probate judge records it. And you are as legally married as you were with the license without the state involvements whatsoever.
Oh, do that here as well.
That's what we did from 1607 to 1920. That's exactly what we did. The church kept the records.
How did Alabama?
Because I spoke at the 10th Amendment Society and they took it to their state legislators. You see the power of the people? All you got to do is be informed and then go to work. That's it. That's all it takes. You guys to stand up. At the end of our hour-long meeting, oh, wait a minute. Skipped a spot. That is why family law and domestic relations court calls divorce a dissolution of the marriage, because a contract continues in operation, but is in an amended or modified form. He also pointed out that the marriage license contract is one of the strongest, most binding contractual relationships the state has upon its people. We all thought it was a birth certificate for so long. We all thought it was a social security card. We all thought it was a driver's license. Oh, no. It's a marriage license. I suggest getting an annulment with the state. Oh, see, it's the applications that get you in trouble. So can't you rescind the signature on the marriage license application and annul the state as if it never happened? Sure you can. I have the documents to prove it. I got to do more. Yes, sorry. Yep. Oh, they have a reciprocal agreement. All the states have reciprocal agreements. Okay. At the end of our hour-long meeting, I somewhat humorously asked if other people had come in and asked the same kind of questions I was asking. The assistant replied that in the many years he had worked there, he was not aware of anyone else asking these questions. He added that he was very glad to see someone interested in the legal implications of the marriage license and the contractual relationship that it creates with the state. His boss, the young woman, Marriage Bureau department head, stated, "You have to understand that people who come in here to get a marriage license are in heat. The last thing they want to know is the technical, legal, and statutory implications of the marriage license." I hope this is helpful information to anyone interested in getting more familiar with the contractual implications of marriage license. The marriage license, as we know it, didn't come into existence until after the Civil War, and it didn't become standard practice in all states until after 1900. It became firmly established by 1920. In effect, the states or governments appropriated or usurped control of the marriages in the secular form, and the process declared common law applicable to marriages abrogated. What do you think about that? We have to annul our marriages, guys. Annul the state. Doesn't mean you have to split up with your wife or your husband. Annul the state for fraud, for the cause of fraud and swindle. Where was the full and honest disclosure of the terms and conditions of that contract? Where was it? While you were in heat.
I have a question. If my last wife died about 6 years ago, is that contract still?
You're still married to the state. They have control over you because of that contract forever.
Okay.
If you want to be free, if you want to come out of her, oh, ye Babylon,
Okay.
that's a mistake you made
Okay.
that you got to correct. Yeah, well, yeah. And then she's been married 42 years and stayed too. And well, look at what the word divorce means in the law. It just means a separation or alteration of a contract. That's all it means. That's the word divorce means. It means a separation or alteration of a contract. You do. You got a contract with the state. A never-ending contract with the state. What's that?
If you're not married and you have a child, do they still retain?
Oh, there's other ways to get you.
Sure, sure, sure.
They've covered all bases. See, they really have.
Just say
All right.
How the hospital.
Attorneys would have you believe that there's only a couple elements to a contract. They're lying to you again. Their lips moved. As soon as their lips move, they start lying. There are 8 parts to a contract. I'm going to get you up here teaching. I love them. Anyway, 8 parts to a contract. You better know them. I'm telling you, you better know them. Everything you do out there is a contract. And you better know what they are. So I'm going to tell you. Parts of a lawful contract. Number 1, parties competent to contract. You have to be competent to contract. The parties to a contract should be competent, being of the age of consent, of sound mind, not disqualified from contracting by any lot of which he or she is subject. A flaw in capacity may be due to minority, lunacy, idiocracy, drunkenness, or dissimilarity of any kind. Dissimilarity of kind. Pay attention to that for a second. The parties should be of the same kind, being either legal fiction actors or natural living men and women. Allowing more than 2 parties is okay, but never a mixture of these kinds in their respective jurisdictions. See, one of the reasons we the people fail in laws and we get beat up by the courts is we don't know jurisdiction. Here's my eraser here. Good man. Just don't erase this.
Similarity of kind. Have multiple parties, but no.
A flaw in capacity may be due to minority, lunacy, idiocracy, drunkenness, or dissimilarity of kind. The parties should be of the same kind, being either legal fiction actors or natural living men or women. Allowing more than 2 parties is okay, but never a mixture of these kinds and their respective jurisdictions. Okay, what I'm going to tell you right here is this. People create legal documents. They go into a court under an administrative jurisdiction, if that's the jurisdiction they're talking about. Remember, land, air, and water, 3 jurisdictions, right? Keep that in mind. Okay. And they go into court, and it's of a contractual nature. And they sign over here as the man, and they put their thumbprint, and they do it in red, and they change jurisdiction. And the judge just throws it out. He doesn't look at it. Can't even see it. It's a blank piece of paper to him. It doesn't matter because you didn't know your own jurisdictions. You have to operate in the jurisdiction that's appropriate at the time. The right juris. The word juris means right law. That's what the word juris means. Right law. Diction means words. The words you use determines the right law under which you're standing right now. What are you talking about? Are you talking about your children? That's who holds superior title. Are you talking about your home? Well, that's who holds superior title. Your car? That's who holds superior title. You're in the jurisdiction of land. You're talking about who holds superior title and who holds superior rights. Now, what if you're talking about contracts, contractual things? Now you're using a different jurisdiction, your different words, different diction. It's parties to a contract. It's who's in breach of contract. It's different words. What if you're in trust law? It's executor, trustee, or beneficiary. Only in the jurisdictional land under superior titles can you be a man or a woman. It takes a living man or a woman to own property to be a man. In the jurisdiction of the air, you're a king. You're an executor. You're a god. In the jurisdiction of water, you're just a party, an administrator. You see the different words? Different words, different jurises. This is where everybody screws up. This is where everybody gets in trouble. This is where they don't even understand what part of the paper to sign on, or how to sign, or what color ink, or what seal to use. First of all, who's the creator of the document? That which one creates, one controls. If I'm putting a document into court, am I going to put the court's name up here, the First District Court of Maricopa County or something? Am I going to write that up at the top of the page? Well, that's what most people do. Oh, crap. Now you just made it their document. I write right at the top of the page, creator. Colon. David Lester Straight, executor. It's my document. It's my court. I'm going to take ownership right off the bat. And then, my fingers will be blue here. And then I'm going to leave 3.5 inches before I put anything. I'm not going to put the line. I just did that for you to see 3.5 inches. Oh, leave 3.5 inches after I write who the creator is at the top. Why am I going to leave 3.5 inches? So that I have room to make my document a court of record. It's going to be a court of record when I'm done. A court of record is not the brick building. A court of record is your documents properly served, publicly published, bonded, and filed. You make them a court of record. It's your court. Take ownership. Be the king. This is where everybody makes a mistake too. They don't even know how to write a document. Then it's going to be the name of the court. And then I'm going to qualify everything. I'm literally going to qualify everything. Figured that was going to roll off. My documents start off like that, just like I'm telling you up here. Who's the creator? Well, this one says creator, the Grennan Family Trust. Mark, Scott, Jonathan, David, Jordan, Paul, and Joseph Timothy. That's the creators. And then it leaves room. And then it says United States District Court, Southern District of Florida. And it says a de facto private foreign for-profit governmental services company with Dun & Bradstreet number redacted. I'm going to qualify everything. I'm going to tell them who they are. No, I'm going to let them know I know what's going on. Okay. Whose court is it? Then I better damn well know what's going on, right? We warriors don't go to war until we know the enemy. We want to know what guns they have, how many troops, what beaches they're fighting on. Then we want plan A, plan B, and plan C, and even an escape route, or 2, or 3. You don't go to war. How many of you have been to court recently? Anybody been fairly recently? Year? Just yesterday? Yeah. I love priceless. It's a great look on a judge's face. Okay, but most people go to court, they don't even know the judge. I know if he's married, what religion he is, how many kids he has, what their names are. where he goes to church, what kind of car he drives, what their license plate number, and where the hell he parks. I know where his house is, what color drapes he's got. And I might just have to bring that up in court. I know everything about him, as well as the prosecutor and anyone else involved in the case. I'm going to research my enemy. I'm going to know how old he is and how old the kids are. I'm going to ask him, how's Jane and the kids? How's your daughter Brenda? Is she about to go to college? She graduated from high school this year? You still going to that church over there on 7th Street? I'm doing it nicely. We're going to go have tacos afterwards. You understand, right? Court bank CUSIP attaching number. That's the court case number. Do I write case number? I write court / bank CUSIP attaching number. I let them know that they're going after the trust right off the bat. United States of America -error a de facto private shareholder-owned bankrupt foreign for-profit governmental services corporation listed on Dun & Bradstreet, number redacted, acting as executor de Santor or false executor. This document's a current court case. It's on Pacer.
Is there
Hold on. Don't get And then I said, correction, : our government is a republic, properly styled the United States of America, upper and lower case, in quotation marks. In other words, I'm telling them they have no jurisdiction over me because our government is different than theirs, right off the bat. Versus Mark Scott Grennan, all caps, Bessel. I'm going to put it right on there. And then I said by : Mark Scott Grennan, upper and lowercase, executive. I just made him owner of the Bessel. And I did that with the sons too. And then I put up right under their names, at peace and in honor, as executors and affiants. I did not put defendant because they're not defending anything. They're not there to defend a damn thing. They're not a war. They're not there to defend. You see the difference? Then I put motion to dismiss the criminal complaint as declared by an ex post facto indictment and war rant. Don't you ever write that as one word. A war rant is a declaration of war. A warranty is a declaration of war that you accept. And I don't care if it's spelled T-E or T-E-E or T-Y. That's an acceptance of a declaration of war. And I say evil holds a mirror up to something and reverses it.
buy a washer and dryer, and they want you to register for your warranty for service on it.
They're actually going to war with you. First of all, they're going to charge you an exorbitant sum and hope they never pay off. Seriously.
So I mean, like the one that's included, like you get a 1-year warranty. Ignore it.
That's what I do. We the people, creators and executors of government. Wow, that's how I started it off. We the people. And I put it in script, like in the Declaration of Independence. creators and executors of government, appearing by special appearance by this royal writing and remaining with honor and peace in order to achieve a full settlement and closure of this matter before the court. Claim that we, the fiduciaries of the vessels named above, having claimed the minor estate, and not understanding or consenting in any other matter, nor turning over any other jurisdiction nor unalienable rights, that is how you write the word unalienable. You're up to it. They're unable to place a lien. It's like a house of mirrors. It can be upside down, backwards, sideways. They can split unable. Still means the same thing. They're unable to place a lien. It's an unalienable right. It's mine. God gave it to me. The Constitution doesn't give you any rights. It lists a few that you already have. God gave you the rights. They're unalienable. Hereby declare under oath and under the pains and penalties of perjury, claim via this affidavit that the bold facts are true and shall be upon this public record of this court, being all competent, sui juris, of age and sound mind, state nationals of Florida, known as Floridians, not as citizens, persons, and residents, hereby declared below. And I just go number one. And I just start stating the facts. And some of those facts are pretty interesting. First one doesn't matter to most cases, but it does to theirs. So we'll go with number two. That no penal sum was disclosed upon the true bill, the indictment, or invoice. Therefore, no negotiation of the amounts for services could be made. No past due bill was given, nor was there an opportunity to cure. That's failure of contract. What did I just do to them? Pretty much destroyed them in one sentence. Okay, let's go again. That no crimes were committed, nor did there exist any intent to commit a crime. That both our unalienable rights given by God and pre-existing government and our civil rights of the Act of 1964 were violated by actors and agents of the de facto government foreign to us as state nationals. We are all fully unaware of any contract that could compel us to perform, and if one does exist, produce it now, and we will follow it to the full extent of the law. That no negotiation of contract was ever offered, no meeting of the minds occurred, no full and honest disclosure, no privity of contract existed, no consideration, no like kinds. That we are unaware that corporate bylaws do even apply to God-fearing sons not residing in a foreign federal district and having our bodies on Florida and Columbia serving Christ as our Savior. That our religious freedoms have been violated, our freedom of speech was violated, all due to policies of the FDA unlawfully issued by someone as employee, Mrs. Dix, not appointed nor elected, which is currently under litigation because I'm suing the FDA. They're going to bring them up on criminal charges. I go on the offense. Okay. That no actor or agent ever produced an oath to the Republic or de jure government of the United States of America, therefore are acting and pretending to be government under the color of law to a deprivation of rights as foreign government, therefore committing capital felony treason in the existence of other crimes against the people. See the difference between my court documents and others? People argue the facts. I don't. I don't argue the facts. I tell them how it is. I call their butts out for the fraud that they are. Okay? That we claim that we are not paupers, despondents, nor chattel. Under United States Code Title 12, Section 411, that we operate with real money, gold or silver or its exchange. That we shall seek remedy and ask the honor of this court to release the charges immediately that by admission of mutual mistake, all shall be made whole and forgiveness granted by the Father, sincerely in repentance. And then we signed as executors. You see the difference? It's huge, really. Free and genuine consent. The consent of the parties to the agreement must be free and genuine. The consent of the parties should not be obtained by misrepresentation, fraud, undue influence, coercion, or mistake. There's that word mistake. I love looking up words. I recommend you get a couple of books. One, if you want to know anything about our founding documents, the true laws of the United States, which are the Bible is superior law. The 4 documents are supreme law. So there are 4 founding documents, plus any treaties and any state constitutions as they were written, not as they were amended, as they were written, because you got to check how they were amended. Were they amended on a holiday when both the legislator was at home without a vote of the people? You got to check all those things, okay? 4 documents are supreme law. Everything else is corporate bylaws. Corporate bylaws, you better be an employee of the corporation. That means don't be a citizen, person, or resident. Don't be married. Claim your minor estate. Have your status standing, take dominion, and then you're not subject to these. This is the problem right here. That's how they can come after you. And I just taught you how to solve it already. Okay? Full disclosure. When negotiating a contract, full disclosure is a step of providing all material influence and information, or telling the whole truth about any matter which may influence the decision-making of the other party or parties before they decide to enter into a contract. If either party fails to make full disclosure, the contract is null and void. This gives you the opportunity to destroy the marriage license and everything else. What about the signature of the mother as an informant on the birth certificate application? What is the legal definition of an informant? Someone who gives someone else up to another, thereby giving title and equity of the child to the state. She voluntarily walked into a foundling hospital, into a birthing ward. The baby came out of the water, tugged through the birth canal, docked at the dock by the dock tender, where its soul was taken, the blood was taken, it was sent out to sea with the tug, presumed dead and lost at sea until it should return and claim its minor estate. The baby was bonded, insured, a trust was created, and the mother signed off as an informant. Look at my birth certificate. Signature. She gave me away. Did she know that? Wasn't her fault. How many law classes she had, kindergarten through 12th grade? Same many you did. You understand what they did? They withheld disclosure from you in order to commit fraud. What's that? And stole the baby. And then they lead us to believe, well, we're still minors. And then they lead us to believe that we go down and get married. What happens if we've been married 2, 3, 4 times and we're still married to the state? Well, now I'm a polygamist. Didn't mean to be. Wasn't an intention. But I've been married more than once. No. Because you're men and husband and wife, man and woman. In that contract, you're on the jurisdiction of the land. See, you got to understand your jurisdictions, and we don't. It's not your fault. You have to think very deeply about what jurisdiction am I working in right now? What are the diction? What is the words? What does it pertain to? Is it trust law? Is it contract? Or is it? Yeah, the dissimilarity of kind. Right, but they take away the dissimilarity of kind in the marriage contract. That's why it's secular. Secular only. Right. Right. What a way to get around shit, right? Okay. Valuable consideration. The consideration is something of value possessed by the parties that is brought to the contract table. This something of value is bargained for and given in exchange for a promise or a performance. The parties must each receive a benefit and each suffer a detriment. To be enforceable, a contract must have valuable consideration. A contract is unenforceable if it has insufficient or unequal consideration without agreement. In other words, it has to be specifically laid out that, hey, I'm going to do this for you for $20. It's worth about 10,000. There's got to be an agreement. If it's just not put in the contract and it's of unequal amounts, then you can come back later and argue that it was unequal amounts, so the contract's null and void. See? Certainty of terms. The terms and conditions of the contract must be fully disclosed and agreed upon and must be certain and fixed. Any subsequent variation of terms must be agreed. Number 6, a meeting of the minds. A meeting of the minds, a consensus ad item, occurs between the parties when they recognize each other, understand their mutual obligations, and agree. A meeting of the minds occurs between living men and women in lawful matters and between legal fiction actors in legal matters. A contract must either be lawful or be legal. If one party to a contract makes a signature as an accommodation party to a legal fiction person, while the other party makes an autograph for a living man or woman, the parties are of unequal kinds and the contract is null and void. And this is what happens when you go to court. You do weird things on your documents and you don't know your jurisdiction. And they go, oh, I can't even read that. Throw it out. Not going to listen to it. Right? And you don't even understand why, because the words in the document were great. You worked hard on them. You got them right. And you just screwed up your jurisdictions at the bottom and they throw them. There's other ways they throw them out too. I'll teach you over the weekend. Okay. Number 8, my favorite, privity of contract. Privity of contract. Anyone know what privity means? A contract exists only between the parties. No third party can obtain rights contained within a contract or buy and sell a contract without the express permission of the original parties. So here's what happens. Get sick and I go to the hospital. I got a big doctor bill. I get a call. Hello, is this David? Yes. This is Professional Credit Services. We just called to inform you that you owe us $2,148 for your bill at St. Charles Medical Center. And I think to myself, well, did you pay off my debt with St. Charles? Yes, we did. Well, that was nice of you. I want to thank you for that gift at this time. My life has been very difficult. As you can tell, I was sick and I was in the hospital for a while, and therefore I lost some of my income. And this is a great time in the life for you to step in and offer me this gift and pay off my hospital debt for me. But as far as you and I are concerned, Professional Credit Services, I have no contractual obligation with you whatsoever. There is no privity of contract. And while I appreciate the fact that you paid it off, we're done here. That's how I get rid of third-party debt collection agents. Privity of contract. They don't have any. When you understand these very basics that I'm teaching you this weekend, your power level is going to increase. Don't get cocky. Cocky goes to jail. Get nice. Get nicer. Because now, when you have power, you can be much nicer. You're not scared. You're not afraid. You don't have to have a bad attitude. You realize that, hey, they're not coming after me. They're just coming after my shipping company. And my shipping company is a big company and I own it. So we're just going to deal with it. We're going to call in the corporate attorneys and take care of this. We'll just fly them in on the G5. That's how you act. Then it's not personal. It's not emotional. See, that's where people lose it. They put emotion into it. But when you understand they're not coming after the woman, they're not coming after the man, they're coming after your shipping and transportation company. They're there to tax it. Port charges and fees. That's what a ticket is. See? It makes your life easier to deal. Right? The film crew was a little late.
You guys have some questions for David?
I was going to ask something stupid like, what's an SLL? What did you say?
XLR?
Okay.
Can you guys hear me up here, by the way? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Okay. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead. Go. Oh, okay. Where can we find a copy of the U.S. codes? What's the best book? Is there one we buy, or can we look it up online?
DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, just type in the United States code,
So
annotate it, download the PDF, download it to iBooks or something like that, and you got it.
next question.
I've been in several jurisdictions over my life, like notifying the Secretary of State. Do you have to do each one that you've been to, that you've had dealings with this stuff, to take care of it all? Or can you go to the U.S. Secretary of State? I really don't know if there's a way that, what's a proper procedure.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. If you're changing, I go to the Secretary of State's for various reasons. To change your status under Title 8, Section 1101A21 of the United States Code is your status of being a state national. In order to change your status, you have to notify the Secretary of State in writing via affidavit sworn under the penalty of perjury. You need to do it properly by registered mail so that you can make your document a court of record, because you're going to be using that for the rest of your life. You want to make that a solid court of record. Why do you make it a court of record? Because then it's a settled matter in the law. No judge can override it. You can take it in any court in the country and it's already settled. It's already a settled matter. Okay, so your affidavit of repudiation of citizenship is also a declaration of status. It tells what your status is under the United States Code as far as being a state national. It also tells what your status is with the IRS as a tax exempt or in a state of trust. And you declare your status. You have an unalienable right of self-determination. You declare it, but it has to be done via affidavit under the penalty of perjury. Okay? So in making your document a court of record, what does that mean? To be properly served, publicly published, bonded, and filed. I'll teach you more about that a little bit later. Okay.
So when you claim your minor state, do you just put it on, you serve it to the, not serve it, you give it to the county? Or do you go to the courts and handle it? How would you go in that process?
In order to claim your minor state, there's a series of things you got to do. The younger you are, the less you got to do. Because as we get older, we make more and more mistakes that we've got to unwind the clock. So you got to correct the errors that you've made. Number one, most important thing is on the paper I gave you. Declare your steps. Be affidavit. Do it properly. Number two is you get a passport that reflects out steps. Now I have documentation. The Constitution of the United States says to be safe in your papers and your protection. That's two ways. In commerce, you can be safe as long as you're following the statutes with a driver's license and obeying the statutes. You're safe. In the private, you can be safe with this document. Very first paragraph. The Secretary of State of the United States of America. Got a little more clout than a police officer, right? Hereby requests all whom it may concern to permit the citizen or national of the United States named herein to pass without delay or hindrance, and in the case of need to offer all lawful aid and protection. That's it. Do not go to jail card. Right there. That first paragraph is telling that officer to allow you to pass without delay or hindrance. And in the case of need, like your wife's in the backseat about to have a baby, his only damn job is to get in front of you fast enough with his lights on to clear you a path before you pass it. That's his only job. Okay, to offer all lawful aid and protection. Now, the problem is they stopped being law enforcement. They became police. And there's a big difference. Okay.
Yep. Excuse all the kind of backstory here, but my wife and I just had a baby. We were forced to go to the hospital. We had a home birth planned, all that good stuff. Emergency situation, had to go to the hospital. Long story short, 6 days later, they filed the birth certificate without a name because I did not, I've already had my status corrected. Should we get her, once we found out about you, we've learned that the birth certificate is actually a good thing. So should we try and claim that birth certificate? Should we try and, because right now it's filed as a no name.
Exactly what you do. Get a copy of it.
Yeah.
File an amendment that adds a name, and then take that document and claim it.
The claim of life.
Okay, and I'll teach you how to claim it before the weekend's over. Okay.
Your process for obtaining the documentation after you've claimed your minor status, is that on your website?
No,
No?
you ain't ready for that.
Okay.
You're in class 101. Okay, don't start acting like a king until you become a king.
Got it.
So you have a job to do. Your first step is right there on that paper. So that's why I got like steps 1 through 10, and then we go higher. Because I don't want you in jail.
So are you saying that you do need a driver's license or you don't need one if you have a passport?
Do you operate in commerce? See, there's only 3 reasons you need a driver's license. If you're hauling passengers for hire, like you're an Uber driver, a taxi driver, a bus driver, or you're a public servant, the performance of your public duties, like a police officer, a fireman, whatever. Or if you're a truck driver hauling goods for interstate commerce, those 3 reasons you need a driver's license. I haul hay across state lines in a truck over 26,000 pounds GVW. I haul 30, 40 tons at a time. So I have a driver's license. If I'm in my pickup truck or that little car out there, do I hand an officer my driver's license? No. I hand him my passport. I determine the jurisdiction I'm operating in, whether I'm in the private or in commerce. If I'm driving a semi truck and I got to pull into a weigh station and they start questioning me, I hand them the CDL because I'm in commerce. You're either lawful or illegal, but you don't have to be legal when you're operating in the private. Only a police officer's job when he walks up to your window is to ask you this question, and they never do. Hello, sir. Are you operating in the private right now, or are you in commerce? They ain't going to answer that. They're not going to ask that, but that's their job. So you have to know that that's the question they're supposed to ask when they say, give me your driver's license, registration, and insurance, please. And you say, well, I'm sorry, officer, I don't use those while operating in the private. Here's the only documentation I use. His only job is to open it up, look at the picture, say, okay, yep, that's you. No, do not detain. Be on your way, sir. Have a nice day. I won't detain you any longer. That's his job. And states that know that and train their officers like Utah, God, I get stuck in Utah all the time. Works great. Yet the RCW in the state of Washington probably has the best state statutes on driving without a license that you could even hope for. And yet every officer in Washington will force you at gunpoint to provide a license. So I just bill them and I make 10,000 every time I go through there. I have to speed through Washington all the time because I'm going to make 10 grand off that officer every single time. And the attorney general is going to pay me. He's going to pay me under 72, 30, 15, 10 judgment day. I made 30,000 this year driving through Washington so far. Go ahead.
So David, when you refer to the state may not interfere with commerce, they may only regulate it. What code, what US code is that based on?
26 is the IRS code, so it's 36. Look it up. My job to give you all of the
I did look, I
information.
was just thinking about it though.
All right, so look it up. Don't take my word for it. It's in there. I've read it all. Don't have to read it again. I know where to look it up. Einstein used to say that. He says, I don't have to know everything. I just got to know where to look it up.
So is it true that if CPS or whichever agency they decide to claim at that point in time, if they come to your door trying to say they want to take your kids, since they claim the child on a birth certificate that they created, you can hold the body and give them the birth certificate?
Now, see, this is where you haven't prepared yourself ahead of time. First of all, I'd have a no trespassing sign that clearly states. Oh, wait, I think I do. Hold on. That clearly states, you can get these from narlo.org on metal, like on aluminum. Aluminum's too hard for me to carry on an airplane, so I laminated one. Okay, and you get them from narlo.org. Clearly states no government agents can come on your property. This is the other sign that should be on your property. Because you shouldn't own a piece of property unless you got it under land patent by grant deed. Otherwise, you don't have superior title and you don't own it. If you got a warranty deed under joint tenants of common, you don't own your property. But the king owns his property under land patent, under grant deed, posted no trespassing. Just come through my gate and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
you ain't leaving.
Mhm.
I'll just dig a hole. What's that?
The URL,
I
the
can't hear you.
website?
Narlo, NARLO.org. Narlo.org. We've got some of the best no trespassing signs there are.
I think we have another question over here, Dave.
So a place that all of us have been experiencing a lot of challenge with codes and statutes and restrictions is the masking. And currently, particularly on the airlines, I know for myself, I have one airlines that no longer accepts me on their vessels. And I know you have to travel all the time. How do we conduct ourselves? And is that part of something that if we haven't done the full status correction, do we have standing to resist those statutes like you would?
Well, I just sue the airlines, and I get a little letter, and I just walk on the plane and hand it. They say, go have a seat, Mr. Strait. Big difference. Okay. Sue them ahead of time.
Anybody else have a question?
No, before you ask this, let me finish. One good reason for having a governor like Miss Kate Brown in the state of Oregon is that she pisses everyone off, so the people stand. And in Oregon, we got lots of groups of people around Oregon who stand up. And we've produced some of the best materials for the mask mandates and keeping businesses open and stuff that there is. Let me give you a couple of examples. In Central Oregon, we have a people's rights group, over 900 strong. They go around to all the businesses and they say, if you'd like to open up without any mask issues whatsoever, we will help you. Here's all the laws. We give them a book. Here's all the laws. Here's how to defend yourself, and we'll help you. Here's a phone number. If OSHA walks in, or OLCC, or any other local or government agency walks in the door, I want you to put them on hold for a second and dial this number. And 150 of us will show up in about 10 minutes with AR-15s, and we'll take care of it. And we do. We chase them the hell off the property. Okay? As soon as a private business opened their doors to the public, they became a public accommodation. And it's against federal law for them to discriminate for any reason. They cannot discriminate for any reason, and they cannot ask any health reasons. So I walked in Costco the other day. I don't wear masks anywhere I go. Walked in Costco the other day, and I said, the lady said, I should say, she goes, have you been vaccinated? I said, excuse me, you can't ask that freaking question. You can't ask a medical related question. Show me your degree. I want to see your medical degree and your medical license. And I'm going to take your name down and your medical license. Yeah. If you don't have one, you can't ask. Don't let me hear you asking anyone else, or I'm going to sue you personally. They shut up really fast. So I walk over about 15 feet and I stand there. And I watch 25, 30, 40 people walk in. Some of them without masks. And she doesn't ask because I'm staring her down. That's what the people have to do. We've got to step up and defend our neighbors. Love your neighbors.
Now they have the right to refuse service for any reason.
No, they do not. That no shoes, no shirt, no service bullshit, that's SMU. The minute they open their private business as a public accommodation under federal law, they can't discriminate against anyone for any reason, and that includes no shirt. And then I see one of those signs, I just take my shirt, my shoes off, and I walk on it.
David, quick question. With
And you don't want to
Costco-
see all this.
With Costco being a private member organization, don't they have certain privileges that most businesses don't have?
They stopped being a PMA. Oh, yeah. So right now they ought to be sued for charging people a membership fee when they're not a real PMA. They switched to a corporation and they're collecting millions of dollars in private membership association fees, and they're no longer a PMA because some attorney talked them out of it. That's what attorneys do. Don't go online and look up PMAs, because all you'll see online is PMA corporations. There's no such thing. It's more shit made up. You make a corporation that's in the public, you're defeating the purpose of a private membership association. I've been doing private membership associations for years for people. I've probably done 10,000 of them. I started out doing them for alternative medicine doctors, chiropractors, people who don't want to be part of the MA.
So David, so if somebody wants to go and own some property, but they don't have money, could they just go camp on a property for a
Lips
certain?
leak.
So if somebody wants to go on a property, how many days would they need to wait to actually own that property?
Okay, say that one more time.
Okay, so let's say two people want to go and own a property, but they don't have the money for that property. So how many days would they need to camp there to own that property?
Squatters' rights, is that what it's called?
Adverse possession, and you're going to look up your state's adverse possession laws. In Oregon, it's 7 years.
In Arizona, adverse possession is 2 years. So you can actually get it done in 2 years,
Well, here,
but you have to pay the taxes on it.
now that you brought that subject up, let's have some fun. You see any nice houses you really like? Did they vote for Biden? Oh, wait a minute. Don't laugh yet. I haven't even got to the joke. Okay. Did they vote for Biden? Do they wear masks? Are they vaccinated? If they're vaccinated, knock on the door, tell them to get their affairs in order because their lifespan is 3 years. If they get the booster, it's going to be less. Some of them are already dying off right now. There's been articles all over. I get the intelligence agency reports, and oh my gosh, the number of deaths right now as a result of the vaccinations is going through the roof. It's going to be far worse than the disease ever. They're expecting about 90 million people in the United States to die. This is part of the 7-year problem, the 7 years after the Great Awakening. See, I know some of you don't know what I'm talking about. This was a discussion at lunch. Great Awakening started September 23rd, 2017. It lasts for 2,000 days. It's going to go to approximately March 18th, 2023. After that, there's 7 years of turmoil. Then there's 1,000 years of peace. And there's a reason for all that. I'm not going to go into a really long explanation. But what's happening, they know it. Evil knows it. That's why they've had the 2030 program, because figure it out. 2030 happens to be the end of the 7 years. All right. Before we go into peace, and they
Is 2030 is, are you referring to Agenda 2030
Yeah.
of the United Nations?
Yeah. So that's evil. And evil and righteousness both know it. Both know it. There's nothing hidden there. We know everything. The problem is, it's going to affect all of us. We're going to have family members that are going to take the vaccinations. Okay? We're going to have some problems, and it's going to cause a lot of hardship. Now, the flip side of that is, if they're Biden voters and they live in a nice house and they've taken some vaccines, that house is going to come available. And through adverse possession laws, you're going to be able to, for the cost of 2 years, and you can walk in and pay 2 years property taxes up front and own the home.
Hey, we got a couple questions online, David.
I bet you do.
Austin Sanchez wants to know how you can get a pre-owned car MCO/MSO if I'm buying the car used from my neighbor and they don't have it.
It depends on the manufacturer. I was over at Gary Darby's house in Southern Oregon, and he's got a 20-year-old Chrysler minivan out there. And he called Chrysler up on the phone, Chrysler doesn't, they have every MSO, MCO of every VIN number, clear back to the very first car they produced. Ford destroys them after 7 years. Chrysler does not. So he just gave him a VIN number. We'll get one out in the mail to you. And they mailed him the MCO. And he's got it. Now all he's got to do is go get it authenticated by the state. Better yet, apostilled.
Mhm.
I'm going to teach you the difference between authentication and apostille. That's why I mentioned them both in this answer.
Tomorrow.
One's correct, one's not. Okay? I'll teach you that this weekend. Go get it apostilled. Make it, put that in the safe after you make a photocopy of it. Stamp it, true copy of the original. Sign it as the king. Keep it in your glove box. Now you don't need state plates. You can put any plates on it you want. But if you put any plates on it you want on a state vehicle, expect for you to lose it.
Okay, David. So I just got a 2006 Thomas school bus, 40-foot long. And so original title came from MCO to the school district. It was a Gilbert School District. Now I have that title. What do I need to do with that title to basically make that mine where nobody can touch that?
Is it an MCO?
No, it was titled to Gilbert School.
Titled by whom?
Arizona, it was by the Arizona Department of Transportation. Do I go to Thomas
You
directly?
can throw the football down the field and you can throw this perfect spiral that hits in the exact spot, lands right into the hands of the receiver. But you don't have a crystal ball. You don't know which way they're going to take it. You don't know which way they're going to run. You don't know what they're going to do with it. Reason I'm telling you this is this. I've got friends in Oregon that went to the DMV. They said, hey, I don't care what it costs. I want to pay for a title search on my car, right back to the original MCO. She goes, okay, that'll be $45. He whips out $45, he gives to her. How long is it going to take? It's going to take us about a week. Or, I don't know, probably pull it up on the computer in 5 minutes. But no, it's going to take a week, we'll mail it. So all of a sudden, a couple of weeks later, he's got this in the mail. Here's an older car, here's every title, every owner, and the MCO is on the bottom. He takes it and he shuffles them so the MCO is on the top and they're in opposite order. And he binds them and he goes to the Secretary of State's office and he has it apostilled. Now he's got an apostilled MCO that the DMV gave him. Now that doesn't always work. The next DMV officer might run the other way. Okay, but it worked in that case. If all else fails, look up your maritime salvage laws. Salvage it. There's salvage companies out there that make millions of dollars every year salvaging crap.
So what would be the process on salvaging it? Would I have to convince auto yard to salvage it for me?
Not
Or
necessarily. Look up your salvage laws.
we got a question from Jacob Jones. He wants to know how it is changing my status to state national going to affect me since I am on parole in the state of Texas.
On parole in the state of Texas. Good luck. How is it going to affect you? If you can get it done, if you can pull it off, it's going to do nothing but help you. You may have to rescind and get off that whole parole thing. Was there a victim in your crime? That's my question to him. Was there a victim in your crime? If it was a victimless crime, let's just annul the whole damn thing as if it never happened. Get you off of parole. Now you're back in society and let's go take care of it. That's what he's doing right now.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
He rescinded every document in his court case.
A 20-year-old court case that they're trying to give me 20 years in prison for right now that I didn't commit. All they did was scare me into signing a plea deal. That was all that they were successful in doing. And they did. I was a young 21-year-old kid faced with the decision of 30 years in prison, or if you take this great deal, you'll never do a day in prison. And in 2 years, you can petition to get off and we'll let you off of this. And here I am 20 years later, still here on probation for a crime I didn't commit.
So with this rescission, as if it never happened. Okay? Plus, it's like way past statute of limitations.
So Mike Chapo wants to know, what about the FBI and the purchase of a gun? Oh, Mike, I don't know. You gotta give me a little bit more information than that.
Is he a felon? What about the FBI? The FBI has no decision in the purchase of a gun. That would be the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives. If you're a state national, guess how long my waiting period is? You think I don't buy guns? Look at me.
28 guns.
I have plenty.
Yeah.
I got suppressors without tax stamps. I don't need it.
So we have an anonymous person now. Nobody wants to be called out. After I file Form 56 and W8BEN to stop paying income tax, is the employer or company still required to pay payroll taxes on me?
No, your employer is not even a licensed withholding agent as far as the IRS is concerned. Yeah, try that one out. Look at Title 26 of the United States Code. This is why I tell people, make the United States Code your friend. Title 26 is the IRS code, codified in the United States Code. Title 26 says no part of this title, not its headings, not its footnotes, not its definitions, nor its body, shall be construed as law. Taxes are paid by voluntary compliance. Where does the 1040 come from? Anybody know? What if you watched my classes? Abe Lincoln, the 1040 bond. We were broke. It was a civil war. We had no money. He didn't know if he could ever pay them back. So he asked people to buy these 1040 bonds, which aren't any good. They're not backed by anything, but consider it a gift to help fund the war efforts. And he begged people to buy them, and people did. We were proud, patriotic Americans. So we stepped up. We bought a bunch of them. And the IRS has considered it a gift tax ever since. It's by voluntary compliance. Read every book ever written by every head of the IRS, and they'll say, we don't even understand why anyone fills out a 1040 or pays an income tax. They don't understand why they do it. They still get it's a voluntary compliance. Here's another thing. Definitions of words. Diction is everything. There's a big difference between the definition of income. Doesn't it say income at the top of the 1040? And wages. Wages are money earned by the sweat of one's brow. Income is money earned on investments made from wages already earned. So it's double taxation. It's untaxable. Neither one of these are taxable unless you self-proclaim to be a citizen, a person, and a resident. Now you're subject to it by voluntary compliance, by the consent of the government, by the unrebuttal of presumption. Oh, wake up, people. Gosh, I love y'all. Wake up.
So that is it for today. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. again.
Okay, so we're off line. Anybody want to stick around for a minute? Yeah. No, it's okay.
Just take a picture of that on my phone, just for the verbiage.
All you gotta do is go right there.
Okay, I wrote down.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, David, I quit doing professional and tax returns 5 years ago after doing it for 30 years because I discovered the fraud.